Really did. Well, I got to take some profit. Haven't taken any profit today. Yeah, it's being a little stubborn, isn't it? It's selling off. Go ahead. Okay, so what I can see is then I'm going to try this, and if everything blows up, I don't know who to blame. I'll blame Russia. There we go. Stop down. Okay. So I'm streaming on Discord, the YouTubes, well, and everywhere we stream, and TradingView. Okay. Just thought I'd share with everybody. I will share the stream here in a second. Well, it looks like it's going up. We got, if we use chart 4 as our control, we got 096, and then we've got the RDA at 135. We do have to consider, I was talking to someone late last night, and, you know, so what I'm always looking at, and I'd love to go around the room and see if this is what you do, or if you find it helpful, is on chart 3 especially, I'm looking at those levels of the current candle, the previous candle, and the 50% of the previous candle, 25 and 75 with less precedence, and then obviously the open, especially in this current case. And what I'm always projecting or thinking about is that next level in play? And if it's in play, what does chart 2 need to look like as a momentum state and a bias state for that to continue to be in play? So for instance, right now we're playing around 50% of the overall range of this candle from the high and the low, the current candle. And that means that the open for this candle is roughly still in play, meaning that it's a target. And what I'm projecting, one of the projections I'm doing, because I've been really thinking about this, is what patterns need to continue to hold on our chart 2 and chart 4, and obviously the other charts. I should say the other charts, all the other charts, for the open of this current candle to continue to be in play, because that's the next major reaction area from a level perspective on chart 3. I'm done. So what does everybody think about what I just said?
You were talking about the open on chart 3.
Open of this current candle, because we're not in the previous candle anymore, right? The trading that we're doing is not in that candle, so it's not relevant yet. Nothing in that candle is relevant until we get into that previous candle, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So to get back to the open of the current candle, we need to have some kind of a change over pattern on chart 2.
Yes, correct. So this kind of gives you an early warning sign, or not an early warning sign, in addition to the other signals like on chart 4, where the slow momentum is, M24, which let's see where that's at. The M24 closely kind of aligns with the open on chart 3. So we've got correlation there. So that would be a target anyways that we would say if the fast momentum is captured on chart 4, then we know our next reaction area from our reaction zone using our indicators is the M24, which aligns with the open. So what I'm doing consistently, I believe in my meat school, is projecting out, is the pattern holding up or forming for that to be in play. But that's how also often I'm using chart 3 almost consistently, even if it's not a control. I'm done. So
Yeah, I've never been that granular about chart 3, but yeah, I see it. But it's useful. I've never gone into that kind of detail for chart 3.
Okay, so looking at C1 for instance, and it painted already 1, 2, 3 kind of intentions to go up. So that's what kind of triggers you thinking about the possible pattern changeover.
no, I'm looking at chart 3 a lot and saying what levels are in play on chart 3, and then correlating to the other charts and saying, okay, are the patterns holding up to make that, or that level actually is in play. So right now we're at that level. I mean, because we 9 o'clock volatility hit, right? So the level was in play. Now what had to happen for that to be in play is exactly what happened, which is it had to switch momentum and it had to hold the lower levels on chart 2, and it had to trade within the upper extreme band of the RDA, and probably not break the extreme band of the fast momentum on chart 2. You see how to me that's insightful from a perspective of me describing the operations that I'm going through in my head on a visual basis that maybe some of you maybe haven't adopted, or maybe it would help. But I don't know if it would help. I think it helps tremendously.
No, it helps. The part that I want to understand is what made you start thinking about this at this level. Is it because it touched the bottom several times and it kind of hints its intention to turn around?
No, I'm always on chart 3. I'm always looking at what are the 2 levels above that. What is the first? Okay, I'm obviously advanced. So what's the next level above that's in play, that could be in play, and what's the level below that could be in play? And then because typically on chart 3, your levels are, it's important. It's a golden time frame. So it's not because the low was held. I'm always doing it. Even if chart 3 isn't a control, even if my control might be chart 4, I'm still with chart 3 because it's such a, you see how reliable the levels are in that chart. You see how reliable momentum is. And usually, except in extreme times, the RDA checks with minor overshoots, things are reliable. So I'm always projecting the next up and down level and saying, okay, which one's in play right now? Once that level broke of the open on this move, I am long, by the way, with 10 lots. The next level that was in play was the previous candle high, and then what's after that? The previous candle, that alpha candle, midpoint, and then it's the M9, and then it's the breakdown level. And then on the downside, I'm projecting, okay, does it want to come back and retest the previous candle open as a key level and hold that? So I'm consistently throughout the day gauging sub C3 on a subconscious, on a conscious subconscious level that correlates to whatever trade I'm doing or whatever regardless of what control, it still plays somewhat a role that I found that is helpful. Does that make, is that, am I being clear?
Yeah, I got that. I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
And-
pretty cool.
That's kind of what I mean by trading level by level. You know, on chart 2, oftentimes I say that I trade level by level. Well, that's what I'm doing on chart 3. I'm trading level by level. And then I'm looking for evidence of which level is in play. You know, which level is in play, the downside or the upside, and what's more probable. Now, we all know that the market wants to go to that breakdown level. We know the market loves to do that. So the breakdown level around 175 spot 50, we all know as far as the upside where it's being pulled, that's the strongest level that on chart 3 that it's being pulled to right now. Would everybody agree with that?
I didn't hear it. My laptop was
Oh,
empty, so I had to put it in. What did you say?
I would say the strongest level on chart 3 is the breakdown level hit overnight, the last fast momentum check at 175 spot 50. By the way, I'm long 10 months. And then the chart 4 has a level right around there, which is right around 181. But chart 3, so you want to see the strongest level and also the immediate level that's in play. The immediate level that's in play is the midpoint of that alpha and then the M9. But the strong level that's in play was just recently created on the downside which is the strong level that's in play is 15069, which was just created here. And then the upward strong level that's in play is 17350. And then in between that, we've got our weak levels that are in play, is what I say. And then it's just correlating the patterns to the other charts.
So you look at the, for example, at the chart 2, and then you look at the structure of the candles, and then you say, okay, it's above M9. So we go to the upward candle on chart 3,
Mm-hmm.
the opening. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good.
It's-
What patterns do you look at for chart?
All the patterns that are in the pattern library. So it's nothing outside of the ordinary. So it's really on a level by level basis on chart 3. I'm always looking at I know my strongest levels, and then I know my weak levels that are potentially in play. About to get knocked out of this trade. I might enter on the pullback if I get knocked out. So I don't know what everybody else, where's everybody else at?
I'm long 109 spot 00.
All right.
So Rex, going kind of back to the point you were previously going short. At which point did you decide to change the positions? What made you kind of gave you the confirmation to do it
That was
so long?
the pattern on chart 2, and then just that it was really the pattern at
100, when it broke the level on the previous candle.
that was, but then also chart 2 right at am I on? Yeah, I'm not on market time here. It would have been 10:59:43 on chart 2. That candle that
Your time or market time?
I did that. I'm always, remember, we're going to be always talking market time. So I'm gonna have to, So we'll always target market time, and I will send over a picture so we can see very clearly. But that alpha, that captured momentum and bias on chart 2 is when I officially changed my mind and went long.
That's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. So share this in trade room alpha or in the NDX room. Gotta find it. The real one asked me, do I use copy trading? I don't know what copy trading is. When people copy me or I copy someone else. Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm gonna do one. I'm testing 2. Then I can recommend them. And if they don't work out, then I'll just start my own. And just fund everybody. Okay, well, not everybody, but you know what I mean. Didn't get knocked out, or did I get knocked? I did get knocked out on 1. So, chart 1 hit the RDA, which should have been a clue to sell. That's the other thing. I wasn't looking at chart 1 as close. So that should have been a reversal point. But it still feels like it has an appetite that it wants to grind up. From as I look at the patterns that are kind of developing. What does everybody else see?
I was kind of looking for an overshoot on C1,
Mm-hmm.
the RDA, and that would be the place to start going short. Because an overshoot on C1 would probably be similar to a C4, so the RDA C4, and it would be an M9 touch on C3. And if you're going to go momentum, that's kind of where you want to start getting in, for me.
Yeah. Okay, we got to switch over on chart 2 now. So it's, do you believe it or is it an overshoot? I'm tending to believe it, that it's going to sell off from here because it tapped the RDA on chart 3. So
this is where it gets horrible for me, because if I get in here, this is a really awful position for me, and then it goes against me and I get taken out.
yeah, this is a terrible entry for anybody. But I'm trading with conviction where I'm willing to scale in and call in the bluff that it's not going to breach the RDA. So obviously with my capital account and my capital level, or anybody's capital level that could trade this way and scale in, even if you could do this with a $3,000 account, you just would have to scale in with 1 lots in between here and there, and then stick with the trade. But it's still not the best entry because it just broke, and as we can see here with my position, it went against me, where I should have probably waited for maybe right here to start, which is a check of the slow momentum. But it could just range here, because what's currently in play with it right now? It's messing with that previous open that we were talking about on the previous on chart 3.
C3, yeah.
So
yeah, I've got a small fortune to play with. Unfortunately, I started with a large fortune and I've turned it into a small fortune, so I just want to be careful with it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there it goes. It's going to go up. I think it's going to go up one more time.
No, you're right. I think you're right. So, but you're right. I mean, it's a terrible entry. It's still a habit of mine to having to be in the trade and then scaling out instead of like being patient and saying, you know what, we wait for the double test of that. But I trade myself out of this. But if it happens, I'm getting better at this. If this happens, I stop pretty quickly. It doesn't happen more than twice anymore. And the concerning aspect of this is that it did hold chart 3, but we do have up to 14175.
And it also looks like it's got some legs to it. It's not grinding up, it's flying up,
Yeah.
which that's hard to show. I'm still waiting for another shoot.
Order filled. I think it's already done.
Order filled.
A test of the RDA on the chart 1. Don't you think so?
Yep. Oh, it's gone up there. Where's my buy limit? Why is my buy limit
Maybe
there?
an overshoot is a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's on the RDA on chart 4 here, and then it's about to hit the M9. So I mistraded that. See if the market gives me one opportunity to get out.
Order filled.
So I should keep this chart up here so I can see this.
So there's always these conflicted emotions. I got some more now. Like now it's starting to be an overshoot, but it looks like the stair step pattern on C4, so it could be going long. Plus it's 10:15, and there's a pivot around 10 o'clock, and that might have been it. So maybe we're going up for a while now.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it is at the M9 check on chart 3, so
Order filled.
but
So
it might be trying to make a statement and coming up and trying to take it out. So that's
Order filled.
everybody's seen I've had some pretty decent trading this week. This one here, I'm getting a little, I mean, I'm not really that aggressive because I can still continue to add. It's near the scale in limit would be right around 167. So we'll see.
For short or long.
The where I should have started the short, the scale in would have been
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
But that's just me being an idiot and being impatient. Someone on
You've got the capital. Huh?
yeah, but it's still a terrible way to trade. I thought I pretty much have kind of quashed it, but not really. Every now and then it does kind of come up and bite me.
Order filled.
So
now I'm starting to like this for sure.
yeah, getting close. It's too close to that level though, which is kind of my concern. So
It just shoot on up.
well, yeah, it could shoot on up to like 1.5, 171. Well, the next strong / weak level is 1.5, 15182 on chart 4.
Yeah.
Are you going to give me an opportunity to get out, or it's probably going to stop right at the slow momentum, not hit the RDA. So we'll see. I'll watch it closely. Do I have Telegram on there? Sure do. It's going to hold that. So it's at the RDA in chart 4. It's at that's an overshoot of just a minor overshoot of the M9 on chart 3. Chart 2 so far is holding momentum, and then you've got the RDA right around 126. do have a RSI signal that fired. They have a long triangle pattern there potentially in chart 2. Suppose we can look at the Euro USD real quick. Whoa. Euro USD is holding the RDA. Maybe it's going to come down to 1.09476. But it might hold the downside. 60 is short. So until it gets above this zone here, which is the daily open, it's not long. I mean, you could trade up to that level, but that's where it's at.
Seems like it's getting rejected from today's middle price, which is 150.
Ooh, look at that. Yeah. It held that fast or slow momentum pretty well. Guess I should have got out.
Looks like, I'm sorry, on NDX, I don't know if it matters or not. On NDX, there's a gap, and it looks like it's going to fill it.
Yeah.
Does that matter to as far as the NQ is concerned?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're usually tracking that. So usually I have that to the NDX slash NQ chart up,
Order filled.
right?
Order filled.
Gonna ding some of my P&L here today. Might not have 100K day today if I keep doing this. Should look at the internals. Let's see what we got going on. Above the zero line, big tech is at the RDA. It is above the VWAP. So
Order filled.
still above all rolling 10-day VWAPs. So it might be trying to go up there and test those levels. Yeah, it's momentum long. I mean, or it wants to go to that level at 170. Let me look at. Why don't I have that chart up? And why is it not in my recent charts? Sorry. There it is. And then you've got the RDA there, up there on the NDX at 106.59,
Order filled.
right? Which is really the good sell zone if it can get up there, because that's the total gap fill. And then if we go to the daily real quick to kind of look at the daily. Yeah, so the daily is trying to retrace up to kind of these key levels right around 15099 on the NDX. So the question might be, from a daily perspective, is does it want to come up and test the fast momentum on the NDX at 15158? Is that what it's trying to do?
rejected.
What? Oh, I still do this thing with Trading View, Tradeovate, where I actually try to move an order that's invalid. I think Tuesday I did straight up DOM trading. I was just trading the DOM.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I reversed, by the way. I'm not showing my trade. I'm sorry. I'm so focused on. I reversed. Bad place to reverse right at the reaction zone, but I think it has a little bit more legs up. Possibly. There we go. I'm going to be selling out of it slowly.
Order filled.
There we go. Now I reversed again. Short. Hit the zone. It still hasn't hit the NDX, the RDA up there. So
Order filled.
giving it an opportunity to go up there, I think, is key. And then we got the RDA here check that possibly might be rolling out on chart 2. So slow momentum. Oh, I forgot to eat my stuff. Yeah, I guess I should have stuck with that short a little bit longer.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
So I think intermediate, the pullback to the RDA with a minor overshoot with that level right on chart 2 at 137. Sorry, I'm not showing my trades. I'm down a little bit here. And then an official test of the NDX, which maybe a double test at that level, maybe even a test on chart 3 of the slow momentum at 192.
Got it. Thank you.
Come on. You can do it. You got the strength. So oil's at a key level 2. Yeah. It's being stubborn now on the upside.
When you get this kind of flag movement where it's just going sideways, does it normally resolve in the direction it was generally going? That would be the most likely outcome. That it was going up, going sideways, looks like a flag and compressing, and it will resolve more often than not to the upside.
It's so situational. Yeah, I don't think you can answer that more than it's because flag patterns fail just as much as they. So it is really situational. Where is it? The 3 Qs. What's the strongest magnet? Where does it want to go? What is it trying? And it already hit where it was trying to go.
Yeah,
Yeah, the last chance grasp will be here when it RDA overshoot. Which the RDA test, there's a level there, and then
Order filled.
there we go.
Order filled.
And then if this breaks, then yeah, it's gonna. Then there's a high likelihood it's gonna roll over. If this RDA and a minor overshoot of the RDA and the level here breaks, then there's that likelihood that it's gonna roll over. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing my trade. Kind of on the bubble there of almost making profit and not making profit.
Order filled.
Yeah. So now it's a fight between the momentum of the just switched and the bias on chart 2. Sheen seems to be handling the streaming across everything pretty well and to Discord. That's good. So we got quite a few people here. I think when things calm down, I'd like to propose a few things if everybody's open to having a proposal
Sure.
on the room on kind of. So there we go. It did hold the RDA at least on that check so far. Now it's a matter of okay. Is it going to double tap the 175 spot 50? It could just roll over here too, because it could just be an overshoot of momentum. But or is it going for the various highs slash 193.75? Ooh, that was a decent pullback there. Yeah, so spoke too soon. Let's look at the NDX. Yeah, I think you're right on that rollover at least. Is it going to go on chart? If you look at on, is it going to go do an M9 check? I'm going to reduce, I think. Yeah, RDA is strong so far. Yeah.
Order filled. Order filled.
Got picked up there. The more that momentum wins over the bias here in chart 2, the more I should think about reversing. Yeah.
Order filled.
Okay, we'll see. See if that was a good reversal or not.
Order filled. Order filled.
Just taking quick profits here on some of this stuff here when I'm in profit.
Order filled.
So we got the M9 check coming up right here,
Order filled.
which might be in play. There we go.
Order filled.
On chart 3 or chart 1, sorry.
Order filled.
And slow momentum's right there too. And then chart 4, you've got also slow momentum right around 126 spot 50. Yep. I think the reversal here is probably where it might be at. Down to the second extreme at 120 or so. But it could just rip from here.
Order filled. Order filled.
So someone asked on TradingView, the triangles on your chart that you are using, can you please share the indicator name? Also, what time frames are your MAs? The triangles. What triangles? Oh, that's the RSI.
Order filled.
Hold on.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
So the triangles are an indicator called the RDRSI. That's a private indicator for members that adopt or in my training and trade the system. Done for the day. All right, sweet. And then the other stuff is all within my system. So all right, so now it pulled back down to chart 1, fast momentum, and also aligns with the slow momentum on chart 4. Right around the high of the previous candle on chart 3 as well. Everybody at? Anybody in a position? Everybody not in a position? Yeah, it's probably good.
Flat. Yeah, I'm sure.
Order filled.
Been patient with you. And okay, there we go.
Order filled.
Add momentum check on chart 2.
Order filled.
I'm trying to see if GC did not hit my alert. There we go. All right, so recapture momentum and bias in chart 2. Now will it hold it as a question?
Order filled.
Taking some profit, being a good steward of profit. I'm long 55 lots, by the way. I was long 70, but I've been taking profits along the way. I love CR chart in this aspect here.
Order filled.
Having to cancel all my orders and reset them sucks in Trade08. There we go. I think it's going to probably come maybe try to maybe test the M24 on chart 3.
But
Order filled.
Order build. So for those that have joined us on YouTube, TradingView, wherever else, you'll find a link down below. It says join us on Discord. That's the best place to kind of join us, both on TradingView and on wherever you're watching in the description. All right, let's move some of my stops, give it a little bit more room is what I'm doing. Yeah, so that was good for waiting for that pullback down to the kind of chart 1 as a control. I'm gonna take, I don't think I should take some off. All right, so we got so we still, the level at actually wasn't officially tagged on chart 4 at right around 181 spot 25 or so on the NQ. I think there's probably still an opportunity maybe for a pullback on C2 to get into this long move, because it does maybe have legs up to 19475. If it breaches that, then maybe it's going to do another RDA check up to 253.50. This is chart 3, the NQ, which correlates to a, well, 262 spot 25 correlates to another level on chart 3. So that would be almost a perfect RDA overshoot. And so far this pullback that the NQ's been doing, and remember what I said earlier about the daily. Does it want to come up and maybe test the fast momentum on the daily? And then, as someone was mentioned before, we've got the gap on the NDX that correlates with, on the daily, the NQ coming up and testing. Well, it correlates with the NDX testing potentially the fast momentum. It is at a standard support and resistance level right here now. I'm getting knocked out of some of my trade here, but this might be an opportunity to, if you weren't in the trade and you want it and you see the long upside, to potentially get on a,
everyone gone dead.
huh? Everybody's gone dead.
I'm still here, it's still there, everything.
Oh, okay.
Stop filled.
Oh, that's a deep pullback there.
Yeah.
That's a deeper pullback. Took me out more than I wanted to be taken out. Look at the days on this.
Oh, stop filled.
I'm tempted to reverse to go short here.
Order filled.
Because it perfectly bounced off the RDA on chart 4. That's what I did briefly. Let's see if that holds up. We're almost in a no trade zone here, given the volatility in the middle of the range that we're at.
Order filled.
Another momentum check on chart 1. Yeah, I'm just going to get out.
Order filled.
I don't know exactly what it's doing right now, so I'm just going to get out. Wait for a clear signal. Yeah, there it goes. I should have just stayed in, I guess, the long.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
So the question is the short-term momentum going to hold or not?
Order filled.
I'm going to jump over and look at the internals real quick. Minor pullback on that. You know, big tech did hit the RDA and basically
Order filled.
bounce off of it as a reaction. This is still the reaction. Kind of in this no trade zone here because it's kind of deciding what it wants to do.
Order filled.
So you got to decide if you do trade in this zone. I want to look at the NDX too. Hold on. Yeah, I see upside. I don't know. That's what I see. Right now, if it does break 133.50, then that immediate upside's over. But I see upside on the NQ. How about everybody else? Or you're just not unsure?
How did C3 play role into this?
Order filled.
Well, we're about 11 minutes into that close. And if this C3 closes around this range or here, man, it's getting ugly. If it closes around this range or here, then the follow through of the next candle could push it up to the slow momentum check or a double check of the level that it just rejected. It's kind of what I'm projecting. I'd like to be a little bit closer to the close to make that assessment now. But just the momentum of that. Yeah, but see, that's not happening. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reduce. Yeah, so it gave up that level. Like I said before, if it gives up that level, then it's probably going down. So I'm digging my P&L a little bit here today. Trading in a no trade zone there. Our next level is I mean, really, it's playing around with it right now, but our next level is 117 spot 25.
Order filled.
Yeah. Oh, this is the Euro USD. Let's go. Let's go. So big tech, does look like it's doing that. It does look like it's got the VWAP, so maybe it's going to do a VWAP test. It's just in this indecisive zone. Sorry about that. My nose.
Order filled.
Profit.
Order filled.
Taking profit. Not quite. Taking profit.
Order filled.
Well, in this chart, if chart 1 gives up the momentum indicator, it's already given up the RDA. It does feel like it's teetering. There it goes on the downside.
Order filled.
OR low tap here, right? Break the OR low there.
Order filled.
Taking profit at the reaction zone, still in 40 lots.
Order filled.
We've got a chart 4 level right around 090, 091. That's a weak level. But that might be a reversal point. Because it's still got a lot to go to give up this actual candle here in the next 7 minutes. It could do it, but it's got a lot to go with it to give up this candle completely. On C3, sorry, C3. Everybody tracking?
Yeah. Okay.
So if I mute here, I'm muted on Discord. No one can hear me on Discord, right? All right. So that means I can do that so then I can talk to people that on the stream and then not distract people on Discord. So for those that are watching the stream, maybe you're new, you want to follow TradingView. I'm trading what's called the RexDog system, a system I developed. I've been a profitable trader since late 2016. I should just say 2017, but late 2016. One of the best ways to kind of learn what we do is you can check out YouTube, over 250 videos there. Also visit RexDog Trading. You can also join Discord down below. Ask questions. It's one of the best places where we show up every day. My nephew and I. Nephew is a new trader. Just started trading this year. About to hit profitability. So really enjoy trading. It is my passion. Should have been doing it years ago. All right, we're going to hit that level here. Looks like it. maybe and overshoot it, and maybe then the sellers will get a reprieve here if it hits that level at 090 spot 50. It's at that previous level we were mentioning a while ago too, on C3 with the previous candle. That's a pretty decent sell-off there. I'm waiting for that 0950 tap and then I'll reverse. Might get me in trouble though. But we are seeing a pattern here of a slowdown. We got 4 minutes, less than 5 minutes in the current C3 candle close. So look at that almost perfect tap on the breakdown level there on C3. Isn't that friggin' amazing? I'm gonna share this in the room.
Stop filled.
I got stopped out. Waiting for that perfect tap of that 090 level. Maybe it's gonna fall short. Short dogs in the house. Yeah, I didn't quite tap it. So gut check on anybody that wants to participate. Chart 3, what's your most important levels on chart 3?
I think 15119 for the upside as a weak level then, maybe.
Yeah, and
And
then
the downs, yeah, oh, sorry.
Yeah, keep going, and then the other person will jump in.
Yeah, and the downside, the level it just checked, the 15096.
Okay.
Is it? Yeah, I think.
Strong level, or I would designate that as a weak level. So
Yeah, is it also a weak level? The
Yeah.
strong levels are the low at 1507. I think.
yeah, would everybody agree with that? Or
yeah,
people?
15074.
Yep. I would agree that that's your most important downside strong level, and then I think still in play is the rejection level at 174 spot 50. You
So do you only look at the strong levels then, or are you also in? Do you also take the weak levels with?
No,
Or-
yes, we look at them all. So, but what I implore is that you should have the market moves from strong level to strong level. So have your strong level defined, and then how does it want to get there is through the weak levels. And then you have the weak levels that overlay on top of that. But this, I guess you could say that technically the 172 spot 75 has been tested. What I would ask too is, let's say the candle, the current, we got less than 2 minutes in this C3 candle here to close. Let's say that it closes where it's at here. Have you seen the pattern in charts where a green candle will close where it's at here and then just continue up and continue up for 2 or 3 candles? Is that a pattern that you've seen? I would ask. I'd suggest it is a pattern I see from time to time. So it's holding the lower level, right? And it's holding the previous candle's level. So
that's a strong possibility that something like that may happen.
yeah, I would say, and that's where I'm looking at the level on chart 4 at 0950. If that holds, gets tested and holds, I mean, it holds the strong level, or it's a weak level because it's in the middle of, so it's really a weak level on chart 4. But if it holds that, well, then the pattern can continue on chart 3 in about 35 seconds to continue to the upside. It held the lower level. It held a key level kind of that we were talking about before with the previous candle on chart 3. So I'm just sharing my projection or how I would be narrating. Okay,
Yeah.
should I go long here? Should I reverse? That's why I'm considering reversing around this range with the overall story of the 4 chart setup.
Okay.
And so now at this point, is the candle on C1, that red down candle, that'd be a pack candle. So you'd be looking at the 50% of that, and there's a level formed there now as well.
Absolutely. And then so I would be mindful that this is a fade trade all the way, the upside, and then really say, okay, maybe I should be shorting around that momentum check if it does get up there. But if it does have legs to the upside, it's well within a pattern for it just to have 2 or 3 more green candles and just slowly walk and keep getting rejected up to the M24 in chart 3. That's well within, the pattern that you see. You can go back and chart and you can just see that pattern continue, time and time again. So I'm trying to project out 1 or 2 candles as well.
Yeah. So both C2, C4 look like they're stepping up.
Yeah. And C4 didn't exactly tap that level.
Which is good because it's a higher low.
Yeah. I just like to enter right at the tap, but so I did reverse a little early and then planning to trade around that level if it gets there. So I am long. So far, it's been a good trade. A little difficult in areas, but just had to have a little bit of conviction. All right, now I kind of have to decide, do you short it or do you stick with the long if you're long?
Well, I'm long, and my problem is always I never take profit quick enough. I should start scaling up. See, I just lost it again.
Yeah. Because it hit the RDA on chart 2. It's hitting a momentum check on chart 4. I mean, it's a fade. That's the problem with fades, right?
Yeah, I gotta go faster.
You could get another chance here. I think it wants to continue to impulse up.
It makes too much noise.
Yeah. If it breaks the RDA, it could be on to the upside.
Could be on. That's
Yeah.
good. But for beginner traders, you don't recommend to fade, right?
No, not yet. If you do fade, you want to wait till it breaks the RDA, price breaks the RDA, and maybe momentum. Remember what we talked about earlier in the week, if people were here. Momentum is, the momentum indicators. Then there's price momentum, where price is relation to the momentum indicators. I'm doing an updated training video on this that will break this down at a deeper level so that it's even more clear. So if you did want to fade, you wait for confirmation. The problem is you missed 40% of the trade sometimes when you wait for confirmation, especially on a fade. So it still can be risky, but if you're fading in the right zones, that's why I say, right now, if you were trading Oh, well, right now, here's the thing. You're patient. If you haven't got your fade card, you could potentially see a short here, but you're really probably waiting for if it's going to grind up and test this alpha candle, which is right around the VWAP, right around 135 spot 75. That's really what you're being patient for if you're a momentum trader.
Yeah.
Thank you for your instructions.
Oh, sweet. You got a jet?
Need to work.
Okay. And I'll be sharing something on kind of maybe if everybody kind of agrees. So check that out, or I'll be sharing it in the alpha room. So I'm just sharing with you on kind of like
Okay.
a process we can follow here in the room. So just check that out when you have a chance, maybe in the next couple of days. So
I will check it out.
sweet. Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Bye.
Thus, being down right now is why you trade momentum. But as you can see here, I'm planning to scale in around that level that we discussed before. Yeah. Good. There we go. So now we're at the key, that level on
Order filled. Order filled.
I have to make an assessment here pretty quick though on, do you reverse or does that level hold? Because there's the reaction right there. That's the first reaction right there. I should make coffee. That's a good idea. So being patient for that. That might be all the reaction you get from that level. That's something I got to be very mindful of here. Because it gave up the previous close of the C3 candle.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, this is why you shouldn't fade. This is why you should just go with momentum.
Order filled. Order filled.
It's really why you should. It's going for the day open, possibly. The NDX, possibly. I need to take profits quick here on this fade.
Order filled.
Oh, there we go. Got a little bit of a spike volatility, but it got answered right away at the momentum check. Overshoot of that level, hit the extreme band of the RDA. So part of this is the frustration if you are fading, just to let it play out here at this level, if it's going to hold. Yeah, the real one said to the upside, to break the highs and short from targeting low of the day. So close to the day open, maybe it wants to fall short of that on the NDX. You look at the NDX, the day open is just down here, just within the next range of 010. Oh, look at that, it's holding up. I'll take some profit here. Come on. Stop being stubborn. Just break the momentum.
Order filled.
I got out right around break even. I took some profit on that trade, but not near enough.
Order filled.
I just didn't like my entry for fading.
Order filled.
If I'm going to fade that, oh,
Order filled.
yeah, that's prime
Order
example
filled.
right there. All right. Watch for the daily open on the NDX. It's going to tap the daily open. Might overshoot that.
Order filled.
Going down. Set the daily open on the NDX. Do have a level just a little bit below that. So let me take some profit here.
Order filled.
Well, I think C3 is giving up. I mean, it's at the level now, the strong level on C3. So we'll see how much of a reaction is here. But it's almost
Order
like
filled.
you can trade the quick reaction if you're not in a trade up, but I think it's short. I think it unless it makes a strong answer to the upside here and starts creating some patterns. That daily RDA is really pulling on it.
Order filled.
All right. I'm going to start selling. And sell up to the RDA. So NDX at the day open, trying to hold the day open right here. Didn't tap the lower though, got close to the 15,000. So we are at a good round number, aren't we? Right around 15,000 on the NDX. So
Order filled.
quick room call, where's everybody at? Anybody that wants to participate?
I'm sure.
All right. Me too.
1580, I'm sure. As one shot at that little lump.
Hmm.
And my challenge is to get out with a profit and start taking stuff along the way because I always let it come back against me.
This might
I'm
be,
gonna start taking stuff off now.
yeah, because it's at the reaction zone, it's hitting that level. This might be part of a larger move though here. So, I mean, it to the downside, but like you said, they're just taking profit right there. You would have took profit before the reaction that come up to the test to test the momentum check here.
I'm flat. Just decided to take a time out and watch because it took me not good choices.
Yeah.
I think the lesson I'm learning is I'm just not fast enough.
As in taking profits or?
Number one, taking profits, and number two, sort of deciding, okay, I need to be in. And so I'm now putting, I used to just press the button and say, okay, I want to be in now. And I always get a horrible film. Now I'm putting in orders. And when it gets to that place, it's clicking them. But I'm not fast enough taking profit. That's what I'm seeing at the moment.
One of the things you can do is put in limit order profits and around the key areas. If obviously you should have some kind of idea what direction you think it's going to go, right? But even outside of that, or even within that, then like I could put a buy limit order at 15061. I don't have to be quick then. It might, just being good at understanding where it spikes is one way to solve that, or try.
Yeah. I think another thing for me that probably helps is just make an assessment of the overall direction of the market and then just take trades in that direction.
Yep. We'll have conviction and direction, and then really sticking with that conviction. And then does that involve scaling in?
So I'm doing baby steps. I'm sort of trying to get my feet back together. I'm scaling in and scaling out right at the moment. But actually I'm not scaling in. I'll go in with 3 and then I'll scale out. But eventually I'll start scaling in 3, 3, and 3, and then scale out.
Order fill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really the next step. I mean, that's really when you can scale in properly and then get your basis decent, then taking profits becomes easier because, your basis and you're in profit. So it's kind of the holy grail of everything coming together. I don't know. It's stalling a bit, but it's still, I'm adding at every momentum check. So every time it checks momentum, I'm adding a little bit.
On the short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm no longer trying to be super fader man. Gold is hitting the VWAP as well as just the VWAP, and then it's got it's open at 1944. So it might be going to that, but it's got to get through the VWAP first. But GC might be a trade. A VWAP reaction. It's coffee time. Guess I can check the news, make sure the world hasn't blown up. Has anybody been to Maui? Is it Lahana? Is that what the name of that? Have you guys seen just the pictures and videos from? If you haven't been to Maui, I mean, it's beautiful there. Well, and but the devastation there is just crazy. If you haven't seen some of the videos,
I was there about 5 years ago. So yeah, it's nasty.
yeah, the whole is it Lahana? Is it? I think it's Lahana. That whole that completely destroyed. We stayed there once in that specific area, so it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty sad. You know that island's not that big too, so if things spread, it can get crazy.
Yeah, those fires are wild things. That was in Northern California when we had the car fire and the two big ones.
Oh wow!
I was right there. It stopped a mile from my house.
Yeah, that was insane too.
Order filled. Order filled.
Big one.
I reversed up to trade at the RDA, so it recaptured momentum on chart 2. So, and then I'm gonna short on an RDA overshoot. I mean, one thing is to be mindful of it. It's recapturing the day open on the NDX. So if it continues to want to hold the day open, then it's going to just continue up. So maybe this is a level test on C3. That's something to be mindful of. This could be a level test on C3. And I mean, we still got 38 minutes in this current candle, but if the level on C3 at 071 spot 50 or so, 070 holds, then that would be a run-of-the-mill kind of overshoot of the level, but the level holding on the close. But we still got 38 minutes to the close to really happen. So this is this is where we do have some mixed signals here because, well, if you're using the levels, what the market's given you, there's potential that it could hold these lower levels. But if you're going off the momentum and the bias of the charts, you should be looking to trade momentum and be short, probably right around 093, which is an overshoot of the RDA on chart 2. So wow, Oprah owns 2,000 acres in Maui. Damn. I didn't know that. Not that I care. It's crazy. So now we got the level. So there might be a double level test here right around 065 spot 25. It's the only thing to hang my hat on here for this. I don't know how I got wrapped in a fade again.
Order filled.
Or how I wrapped myself into a fade again.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, gave up the daily. So
Order filled.
short it is. some volatility hit there. So is that the opening range low there? 053. Am I reading that right? Yeah. So we have the OR low. It's being stubborn on this sell off here if it wants to get there. I'll hit the OR low, tap it, maybe overshoot it.
Order filled.
I'm taking just some profit. Just my entries have been not the best. Still enough to be in profit, but just not the best today. I'm not predicting quite. I think I've been trying to fade too much. Fell back into a little bit of an old habit there. Let's look at the daily real quick on everything. RDA, look at that. We do have a level that lines perfectly with the RDA. Yeah. Let's remove the rest of these up to the RDA. Look for an RDA overshoot possibly. I think I should revoke my fade card. I think that's what I should do. Cluda is asking in the Alpha Den, any thoughts on the difference in fill times on Tradeovate demo platform versus live trading on Tradeovate? Is there a difference? I don't know.
We would love to see you trade only momentum. Many of us don't have the fade card.
Yeah, I think I should just anyways. And then maybe once or twice, which is really what I should be doing. Then the perfect fade trades, which are just begging to be, or not begging, but just to make the most sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I should do that. I concur. And I second my concurrence. So really the right trade here is actually the RDA, or, I mean, you could start a position here, but it's so close to on chart 2, the RDA, where, you know, you're being aggressive if you're starting a position on momentum check, but so far it hasn't closed above momentum, but it's not even wanting to get close to trying to tap the OR low yet. I mean, it's trying, but it's not impulsing down there. It might here on this move, but buyers are still stepping up. Some buy side activity, whether or not stops getting hit or whatever else. But oh, I'm still showing the day. I was like, why can't I see the trade? I'm like, okay. And I'm oscillating between. I'm momentum, so I'm short. But it's at a level right now. There it goes. Okay. I'll be taking profit at the OR low, which is right around 0.53. That's the first profit zone. That's a little bit short of it, but that's perfect. Ah, didn't friggin' tag it, and it came back up. This momentum trade's trading like a fade trade.
Order filled. Order filled.
There we go. I think it's going to tap it now, finally. Jeez.
Order filled.
Put my first profit there. I think it's finally going to tap it, maybe.
Order filled.
Been a while since it's done an RDA check on chart 2.
Order filled.
So we'll see. It's going to do that. There we go. Is it going to finally hit the OR low? Is the question. There we go. It's going to finally tap the OR low. Finally. Jeez. Oh, there we go. Got some volatility in there.
Order filled.
So where's the next level that it's going to hit? That's the question. RDA on the daily, I guess.
Order filled.
Taking profit. And then I have trailing stops on the 40 lots. or
Order filled.
40 lots I have left. Just trailing stops, trailing the momentum indicator on chart 2. We are getting pretty far extended on chart 1 though, so we don't quite have, I mean, it doesn't mean that it's going to come back, but something to be mindful of.
Stop filled.
And on the NDX, well below the day open, we are well below the weekly open as well.
Order filled.
I reversed long and then trading against the level at 038. Sorry, I can't help myself. I know it's a fade, but it looks like it's, yeah, at least going to come up and test right there, the OR low, where I'm taking profit right now. So, and then I'm selling the overshoot of the RDA. Potentially would be then another M9 test on chart 1 at 071. That's kind of out there though. Yeah, 071 is probably a good sell zone if it gets up there. Sorry, I've been checking the chats. Yeah, so
Order filled.
put in trailing stops. Remove all bids. So now it's recapture the opening range low. For how long does it want to recapture it, or is it recaptured for the day? Still looking for the sell right around 073 or so, 070. Overshoot of the RDA in chart 2, which is also little overshoot of the fast momentum in chart 4, and then right with chart 1's momentum check. So that's the next momentum trade. Chart 1 is the control.
So amazing that you were able to reverse it at the almost lowest point.
There, yeah. I mean, the last 2 ones I was struggling, right? So, but if you heard, I said something important on that last one. I said, we're getting pretty far extended from the RDA on chart 1. You know, and I liken it to a cone of what the RDA and then the momentum indicators are doing. They get wider as a cone. So that's what I was seeing. I was seeing that, and I'm like, well, you know, I know what the chart's saying that the RDA is a target on the daily, but this seems like there's going to be a magnet, some kind of magnet here.
I have a level at 137 on the daily, 24 lined up in a row, right there.
Andrew had mentioned the fade
Stop sale.
indicator. That could have picked up enough. And so people, if like people like me who are not don't have fade cards, this one would fit into that.
Stop sale.
Yeah, I would say the challenge is just that trying to pick out what fits into the category on fades is, you know, tough because this was situational too. It was below the opening range low. It was pretty far extended between the NDX is pretty far from the daily open. So, and generally when it gives it up, it wants to test it again. So, you know, how do you put that into a, like a, hey, here's the fade. You know what I mean? Like, how do you put in a various situational things into say, hey, here's how to fade. You know what I mean? Because I'm completely out now. Because it hit the RDA, didn't do an overshoot of the RDA, and I should have just sold the RDA as my starting position. So we do have a level in chart 4, which is 040, which would be probably where to start buying. So this would be a priming. This would be a fade that I probably could endorse actually. As far as like getting started with your fade card, which is okay. We've got a level developed on chart 4. You've already had an intention of as far as if you look at chart 2, what just happened? It tested the RDA, and it's been a while. It's been at least since 11 o'clock market time that it tested the RDA. So, you know, this could be a fade where I could say, okay, there's an argument that the fade is stronger here based on the wave of the sell-off and everything else. But then waiting for what just happened, which is first show that it actually has some appetite to go up, which it did with the RDA, and then doing what I'm doing, which is waiting for the level check on chart 4 and trading the level check. And it can exceed that level a little bit, but it better recapture it pretty quick. So that's how you would kind of wait for the confirmation trade. And you got to wait for the pullback, and you got to be okay with doing one or two things here in this situation. Waiting for the pullback or my position. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not showing my positions. What happened? Everything refreshed. You know, waiting for the pullback for my positions to be picked up, or waiting for the confirmation that there's been a switch maybe of long early, and then trading the fade there. That's what you have to do in this situation, right? You just have to be patient both sides. But I would endorse this fade right now as we sit, as it's unfolding right now. As right now, this is the time to consider. Yeah, I should consider a fade. The thing is, you can't stick with it. So here's how you do that too. On the next RDA check, when it reacts down, where you should be trading momentum, you're trading against the levels then, and maybe the momentum indicators where they're at now on chart 2, but you're trading the levels. That's the only thing you can trade on, only thing you can put your hat on as far as what's happening. Ooh, GC did sell off. That was a good I mean, I mentioned that maybe VWAP, but it did sell off. I'm intentionally kind of just focused on NQ just to stay focused here for the room and everything else. Yeah, the pullback was where I wish I would have been heavier. Okay, so now I'm going to get the RDA check. You either sell that on the extreme with a continuation of momentum here, which is up around 0.70, or you decide that you're in a fade. And we're going into the afternoon session, and maybe the probability is it's not going to break the lows anymore, and it's just going to slow grind up and maybe test chart 1 being your control, the slow momentum at 0.8875 or so, or maybe even the RDA. Yeah, on C1. And if you look at the NDX, the pattern, you could make an argument that, okay, the NDX is setting up a pattern to do another test of the daily open. The daily open's right here on the NDX at 05011. You got a level down here at 974. So if you're fading it, you're calling the bluff that 974 level is not going to break.
Order filled.
But once again, if you would have traded at the RDA there, you'd be in profit right now. Right? Instead of trying to think about all this fade.
Order filled.
But then what did I do? I'm trading against the levels on the fade. So all my entries are at levels on chart 2. I'm not chasing it at all. I'm waiting for it to react from the momentum and then buying at the levels on chart 2. All right, do we have some people's, or how many people we got up in here? So I can do a formal video on this, but I was thinking if everybody's open for me to maybe share what I think might be a good format for what we're doing here. The last couple of weeks have been awesome as far as the trade room and coming together. And so I know a lot of people appreciate it. I've heard it from many people. And or a lot of the alphas, we've been talking about it. So I was thinking what I would propose is maybe a little bit of a structure to, we mentioned a little bit yesterday in the conversation, if you were there, where we do a room trade call. And I think there's an opportunity. There's two things that we can do in this room to support growth and value. If we get a little bit more organized in how we do it, to get also where I'm obviously not always sucking up the oxygen or anything else, but also we're learning from each other and people get to participate and share so that they can grow, which is a room call. So what I'm proposing is that alphas, any alpha at any time, basically, and I don't want to get distracted here. So I'm just watching the trade too. So, because it is a fade. So we're at that double level test here, and it's either going to hold or not.
Order filled.
So what I propose is we create a soundboard that is a room call, which would have everybody ears perk up. And a room call, it'd be a trade room call where everybody could share their current position or what they're looking at for the next trade. And I propose that it would go something like this, where trade room call, anybody that wants to participate, the person that called the trade room call starts, and you would start with something like, this is Rexdog Actual. I'm in, you want to, and I think there's a reason why you want to say your name, because not everybody's watching Discord. They're not watching who's talking, and we don't know. I mean, you might come to know voices, but I think if you mention the name, you're starting off with at least saying who you are so people know. And I think the more concise and focused the update, like, or the trade call, or what you're saying, it would be, hey, this is Rexdog Actual. And so I called the trade room trade call. So I start, and I'd say, this is Rexdog Actual. I'm actually in a fade trade. I'm in an aggregate position right now, 047 spot 80, looking to get picked up here on a further level check down. My upside target is, since I'm fading, is obviously taking profits around the momentum areas upside, but I look like the level's going to hold. And one of the things that I think for us to communicate in this room, and I'll stop here so I can get some feedback, at least on what I've talked about so far, is we should have like a word. You know, in military movies, you hear people say over. I'm not saying we have to use over, but we should say something like done, so that we don't have to talk over each other, and we know that person is done with explaining where they're at. You want to be as concise, because how we can get the best feedback from everybody in the room is, once you described your position, if I say done, that means anybody can then basically speak and talk about my trade, give me feedback on my trade, give me feedback on my position. And there was one caveat that I would add to this, but so far what I've shared, anybody want to share their thoughts on if that makes sense? If something like along this lines of doing like a trade call at various times, and it would be probably a couple times during the day, where we would go around the room. What do you think?
Yeah, sounds good. You would do it out. That's a standard radio procedure. Out.
Yeah. So out or done, you know, if you, so yeah, go ahead.
Then you listen.
Yeah, then you listen. And here, the one caveat I would add to this is, what we don't want to do, okay, is, let's say I just said, just Rexdog Actual, I'm in a fade trade. I'd go through everything I explained, and I say out. And then you're supposed to give me feedback on my trade. You're not supposed to say, you're not supposed to hijack my feedback. And how you would hijack my feedback, this is the only caveat I would add to this, is that you would say, oh, you're fading? Well, I'm momentum short. And I'm momentum short at, 15060. You've just now hijacked my feedback from the group, because now the next person might be responding to your trade instead of responding to my trade. So what we have to do is we have to basically not hijack each other's feedback that they're looking to get, but then when everybody that spoke that wants to speak about that trade, there should be some way that we can signify, okay, move on to the next person, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because otherwise that person might never get feedback, because the person might hijack it, then the next person might talk about that, and then, so you're just never getting feedback on your actual trade.
Yeah.
So it's just a minor rule. Go ahead.
One feedback.
Huh?
We should get at least one feedback and say, okay, we agree or not agree.
Yeah, and it could be as simple as that. And I think that to me, yeah, I would hope at least one person would step up and give feedback, and then if multiple people can say, like you said, I agree. No, I think that makes sense. And once there's a lull and no one responding, then we can say, okay, I think that's all the feedback that appreciate it. Next person, you know, and then the next person would start and say, hey, this is Nephew Elite. I'm not in a trade now, but I'm looking to momentum trade on the next M9 check on chart 1. So that's what I'm setting up for. And then he'd say out or over, however, you know, done. I think we'd say out, over, or done, whatever. Or maybe we have just one word like out. Maybe we just all agree on out. And then we just continue.
I love the idea. Absolutely.
Yeah. So what would signify that is we would have a soundboard that would be like trade call, trade call, trade call, you know, something like that. So everybody would be able to get prepared. And then the person, the alpha that did the trade call starts. So anybody could do a trade call. Let's say that we haven't done one for an hour or so, and you're feeling like, you know what, it'd be a good time to go around the room. You could ask, hey, should we do a trade call? And like two or three people say, yeah, let's do it. Okay, bam. You go to the soundboard, you hit trade call, and then that means that, okay, here's what we can't do though. This is one thing I was in my notes. These trade calls, I felt like crap the other day when someone said that me and him were having a conversation in the room, and then he didn't put stops in and the trade went against him. So none of these conversations can detract from us focusing on doing good trades. Okay. So we got to make sure that we're not kind of doing this stuff where it's detracting from missing trades or managing trades correctly. Does that make sense? The other thing I was thinking is then you could do what's called an individual trade call. And that's where you just pipe up. Maybe there's not anybody talking in the room, or it's just silent. You know how it is typically sometimes. And I would say, hey, this is Rexdog Actual trade call. Or I'd say trade call, this is Rexdog Actual. I think you should always identify yourself just to make it helpful. And then say, hey, I just entered a fade, or I'm looking to enter a fade here at 15.045.57. I'm scaling in. My targets are the upside. Out. And then it could, if you want to respond, if anybody wants to respond, they can respond and give feedback. Or it could just be someone announcing their trade, or that's a point where then we as a room can discuss that trade. And maybe it might even notify you that, hey, you know what, that actually looks like a trade. I should probably consider it as well, right? So you might get a response, but also don't feel bad if you don't, because people might be focused and busy, right? But the more that we can announce kind of our trades, I think why we can do this, the other reason why I thought this works is because we're all trading a hybrid or a fork of a system. We're not trading you know what I mean? So we should be seeing the same things, but we're not, but we actually trade enough difference in our hybrid of our trade system that we might not be. So one of the things I have in my notes that, and I'll shut up here and get some feedback on this, is there is sometimes a right way to trade the system that's very clear, but there are many times throughout the day where you could trade it a couple different ways. Would you agree that there's times like that? Is that what you found over the last couple of weeks?
Yes. Jules there, yes. Also, yes, agree. I can be looking for the short when you're going long, but it's on a different time frame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think this will help engender not only learning from each other, but personal growth, but also do a gut check personally for yourself of like, yeah, maybe I am seeing something that's not here. Or for others, it might help others actually start seeing things seeing different trade setups that maybe they're not seeing. If we kind of get used to this kind of formal process of doing, there's 2 trade calls. There's a overall room call, which is more formalized. We go around the room as much as people want to participate. And then there's an individual trade call that can happen at random times when you just want to share a trade. And you might get feedback, you might not, but most of the times, yeah, 1 or 2 people will pop up and say, hey, yeah, that makes sense. Or, you're insane. What are you doing? Are you still on the bottle? Whatever the response might be, you know what I mean? So I think we're all respectful here. So we're not going to get too crazy, but. So so if I were to put it to the floor for a vote, we're at the momentum check here.
Order filled.
That sound like a good process for us to develop, to kind of agree upon together, and try to see if it works and see if it adds some structure.
Yeah.
I agree. Yep.
What I'll do is I'll do a video and I'll do a trade room alpha page that will describe this for people that aren't here. And then also that we can reference for other people. So we can send them to it as new alphas come on board and stuff like that. So we don't have to consistently explain it. We can just send them to a video that will explain this. There's one other thing I'd like to propose too, that I think is maybe you guys haven't thought about, that might be a interesting way to engender growth here and to help support growth that we're not doing now. And that would be what I call a grade check or a grade call. And a grade call would be 2 to 4 times a day. Would be similar to like a trade room call, but it's more for psychology and mindset. And a grade call would be, okay, it'd be the same thing, grade call, grade call, grade call. The person that started would be, and you're grading 3 things, 2 things at a minimum, but 3 things, and you might be mentioning 4 things. And I'll go over this quickly. It'd be Rexdog actual. This is a grade call. I'd start the grade call. The system is trading trading at a B. So it's a standard A through F grading is trading at a B. I'm trading at a C today. The number one thing that I'm working on is my trade entries. So far, I've been doing pretty well on my trade entries, and I would grade that at a B+. And the one thing I've noticed that actually I don't have is actually my trailing stops are getting hit a lot sooner than they typically do. So that's something that I'm working on here today that I've just noticed that is starting to pop up. And then I'd say done or over or out. And then that would then allow the room then to discuss my grades that I just mentioned. You could just mention how the system is trading and how you're trading today, and not mention the number one thing you're working on and the grading, and then maybe the thing that you noticed that you need to maybe put in your journal to work on for tomorrow or the next day. But what this does is it creates structure around us focusing on the psychology and the mindset around how we're trading the system and get feedback from that. What's people's initial thoughts, and am I clear on what I just shared there?
I have a question.
Sure.
You said rating the system. I don't understand that part. Like I'm going to say today, the Rexdog system, in my opinion, is an F, but that's or an A+ or whatever. That's the piece of it I don't understand. I can understand the specifics about how I'm applying the trade system, but not in actually grading the trade system.
So keep in mind, you're not grading the Rexdog system. You've already forked the Rexdog system. So it's your system. It's the Jules. This is Jules, right?
Ah, got it. Okay, now I follow.
So now it is the Rexdog system because because you might be 90% based on the Rexdog system. It might be 95. It might be 80. What you're grading is how well is your trade system adhering to the signals of the market today.
Sound clear. Thank you.
Because that's what you want to gut check. You want to gut check how you've interpreted the rec stock system. Also, is the rec stock system holding up? But how clear are the signals today? Is it a very clear day, like A plus? Every momentum check I should have been trading, it's been clear so far. So the system's been A plus. I've been trading at a C minus because, like an idiot, I've been fading every other move, right? So, and then if you want to, everybody should have a number one thing they're working on every day. If you want to mention that, like I said, these grade calls would be done maybe 2 to 4 times a day. Maybe we do 1 or 2 in the morning, especially if there's it's been from, if it's been very volatile, we could check in, but then there's 1 or 2 in the morning, and then there's maybe 1 or 2 in the afternoon, or the lunch session, and then 1 in the afternoon. I think this is a way where we built in structure of the psychology and mindset aspect that you should be gut checking yourself on anyways. And then the benefit here is that sharing the grade with the overall group provides the group to provide feedback to you, and also get maybe insight from your mistakes or your aha moments, or the things that you're doing through this grading. And I'll shut up now and just listen to see if this is something we'd want to adopt or try.
The grade call would be, I think, a lot easier, whereas grading system would be initially difficult for some of us, especially me. But like you said, we can get better at it and definitely start calling grade calls as well.
Yeah, I would do the trade call first, and then just see how busy it gets.
Yep.
And if it gets too busy, then I would leave the grade calls out and just do the trade calls, because I think everybody kind of knows how well and how badly they're trading.
Yeah.
But I think for the biggest insight that you'll get is if you do the trade call and then somebody says, "Oh, I've got this trade," and then everyone's kind of forced to look at it and say, "What is he looking at?" And then I think that's very useful. That would be very useful.
Also, we can have people set up like last after 4 p.m. or something when market is done. It's not actually done, but people spend time and say, "Hey, this was my day, and this is my great call for myself and system."
Yeah, that I'm all for. People want to have that. I usually, generally, if I am trading, I'm wiped, or I'm ready to kind of take a break and do something else, and step outside and actually. So
When they want to leave for the day.
yeah, and that's why I usually take a break and then do my journaling later. But I'm all for it if people want it, if that's a good way, or great way to wrap up the day, right?
I think by 4 I'm done.
Yeah.
Mentally, over.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm even, I'm like, I don't want to look as much as I'm passionate about it. I don't want to look at charts. I don't want to think about it. I just, I want to go and see if Rex likes me today, because it's day by day, whether or not he likes me or not. So it's,
There's a nice marination process, I think, too, if you take a time out, have a little space. I know that's usually when I get better journaling in, because I've had a little reflection, I've done something else, and whatever that other part of my brain brings up information, I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, now I see it. So that's my thought on that.
yeah.
But I do like the grade call. Also different, I do like it as well in real time, or when we're throughout the day. I think it's useful too, just to make sure that I'm playing mindfully. I mean, it helps me check in to be, am I mindful, or am I just getting lost here? Or am I giving up,
And maybe the grade call is not something like a formal, like the round the room trade room call. So there could be the grade call is more personal. If someone, I think we allow, I guess, if there's a lull, there's silence, and there's no conversation, then someone can pipe up with their own personal grade call for themselves, and then hopefully then other people will then contribute with thoughts on, if they can, on, because the benefit there, the whole benefit here is someone outside of you is providing a perspective that maybe you're not seeing. That's the whole, because I agree on some aspect. I mean, you know how well you should be know how well you're trading, but there might be aspects of this where it might help some people where to get outside perspective on certain things, right? And maybe we don't have to formalize this more than just make it part of the conversation too. So, but I think part of it is formalizing the shorthand and how we talk about it so that we don't have to, if we know shorthand what we're talking about, like grading the system or grading my trading, and I say, look, I grade my trading today. I'm trading at a C plus, it's just kind of agreeing on kind of a shorthand within the room is probably some of this infills, maybe making some of it more formal. Does that make sense? I think that maybe is, now that I think about it, is probably the way to go.
It'll be organic. I mean, once it happens, it'll be organic. It will grow to whatever it's going to be.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just thinking, what's the best way that we can get consistent trade feedback, as well as be in alignment. And I know some of that's gone on. I've heard some of that. The problem is that I just need to, if I'm streaming, obviously I'm muting Discord, but then I also need to just not talk as much myself, unless I'm asked questions. I'd like I said, I'd like more of the interaction amongst everybody else and participating in that instead of me leading and taking up the oxygen, and there's not the participation other than participation from me. Does that make sense? That's what I want. I just don't want that, because I think that's more healthy for what we're doing here.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I agree. We'll just see how it organically goes. So I'll put together something like just not formal, but like, hey, here's generally what for people that aren't here, that didn't hear this, or anybody that jumps on, I can say, hey, read this first, and then this gives context. Because if someone jumps on and becomes a new alpha tomorrow, and they're like, well, what's this trade call? I think people will get it. I mean, it's not really that difficult, but I'll just put some context around some of it, just so someone has something to read. Okay, now back to normal operation. I'm still in that fade. So that fade trade actually was the right, or the right trade. Fade up to the RDA on chart 1, and then selling the RDA check is the best trade I think that exists right now on chart 1.
Sorry. There you go. I'll just say I've decided to do momentum only. No fades for me today. I've done that enough. So.
I scalped all the way up from that 37 to, and then out all the way up. Good, happy.
I'm up 26K still in this position. I took some profit along the way. So but I'm looking forward to reversing here around the RDA. Oh, well, what chart? All right, we're hitting RDA, so I'm looking to wait for the overshoot. Don't want to be too early here, but I'm looking to, maybe wait for the overshoot up to the M9 on chart 3, up to 126. Nah, that's probably too aggressive. Yeah. I mean, it's just continuing though. Oh, there's the VWAP up there too. So I'm giving it a little bit more room to the upside before I reverse, and aligning with the M9 check on C3, which is right around the 125 area, 125 to 128. It might not get there though.
Order filled, order filled, order filled.
We don't hear your voice.
Order filled.
Let's see. Are you muted? Maroon. No, we don't hear your voice. DM, or is that where did that message pop up? I did reverse right at the RDA. And then I don't know how much I want to trade this here against this RDA. I guess that, well, I should. Momentum says that. So
Order filled. Order filled.
you know, I really despise regulation and laws, but Joanne Bro, the RDA is the Rec Stock average. It's a free indicator you'll find on TradingView on my profile. I'll share a link here on YouTube in a second. I'm really against regulation and everything, but I wish they would standardize where they put expiration dates on products. Because it's like a treasure hunt every time to try to find it. I guess you could just open things up and smell it. Does anybody else have this problem, or am I the only crazy person that every product seems to put it in a different place? Huh? Yeah, like they have the universal nutrition facts in the US. I don't know if that's in the rest of the world, but why not on the nutrition facts make it universal that there should, if there's expiration for that product or used by, it should be in the nutrition facts. That way you know where to look. Like, I should run for president just to impose this law, and then I'd resign. Yeah. So far the fade's working out. Should take some profit. I'm giving a little bit more room. So we're at a momentum check on chart 2.
You know, test it again.
Looks like it. Holding up the momentum check on chart 2.
No bias along the shoulder.
Yeah. But
So I think this is a phase, but it's like this is some type of move. Whatever it is.
is the thing, you should be taking profit here if you entered on that test, and then I'm holding out. But you know, yeah, see, well, you should still have a runner in case, you know, if you could have scaled in.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it's just
I think the question at this point, because the NDX recaptured the day open, is okay, if it holds the day open, then looking at the day did come and tap the fast momentum on the NDX. So it did that. Or did it do that? Yeah, it did that. What's this other line here then? What the
I
heck?
believe Monday the test was already on the daily.
I mean, that's a pretty big range. I mean, it might hit that. I mean, are our ranges around that? Let's see. Why is my measurement tool? So 329. Okay. Yeah, that's within the day ranges. Yeah. So I mean that could happen. The question is, if you look at, you know, the way the price action has been a couple times this week, the buyers have stepped up and pushed it up to do momentum checks on the 60 and bias checks. So does it just want to do that and just slow walk itself down to the RDA, or does it want to just give it up and then, you know, one fell swoop? But it doesn't look like that's what's on deck for today.
Hello, hi. So, it's me, Maran.
Hand over the button, the heaven of the C2. Then now it's making an upstairs button. But it's really close to profit.
On C2.
Yeah.
Would you say sorry? I didn't catch the last part.
Try to break the upstairs button, I think.
Yep. Well, now it's doing RDA check. So now this is where I'm going to take. Well, yeah. I'm going to give it a little bit more room to overshoot the RDA on chart 2. Because it's at momentum on chart 1 as well. So I'm going to,
Order filled.
and then I'm just going to.
It's also switch the momentum at the 4th, yeah?
Well, yeah, it's momentum long
Close.
on chart 4, and then, but it also hit the RDA on chart 4. And at the same time, it hit the RDA in chart 1 almost, you know?
Yeah. And it's also the mid of the opening frame.
Yep. Bounced off the mid. Yeah, that was all. There's quite a few alignments there on that last check. I mean, that was a momentum multi-level check that everybody should have been taking. Yeah, that's an example of a trade that no matter how much you've adopted the system, you should have been taking. Oh, I'm not showing my positions. All right.
Now I think I'm watching the important candle at the 5 minutes at T1.
Mm-hmm. You've got an important level on chart 3, which is 070 once again. And so the previous candle held the level, and now we're getting another level test at 070. So that's an important level on chart 3, and it's an important level that could hold. So be open to that holding. Once again, the RDA check for the win. Look at that. RDA momentum check for the win.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't had my stops too close.
You got stopped out.
Yeah, I've been playing it safe because I had such a rough morning, so that goes to show.
Yeah. One trade at a time, focusing on doing the next great trade. You know, focus on doing the next best trade. You know, that's hard to do. Trust me, I get it. Trying to turn off your recency bias of how you've done and saying, okay, well, this trade, if I was in my ordinary state of mind trading well, I'd be trading because it's a high probability trade setup, right? I reversed here, by the way. Playing the level on chart 3. And then also expecting that the NDX is playing around with the daily open. If it gives up the daily open, I'll reverse and go short. I mean, it's giving up the daily open, but if here on this momentum check on chart 2 continues to be momentum short, I'll give up the fade. I'm not going to stick with the fade on something that looks like it might come down to maybe. Nephew Lee, did you say the RDA check today or Monday? I think you said Monday, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Yeah. 14 AA6 by 40. I think it's earlier. Just the reaction to sell back in on chart 1.
Yay. NDX is recapturing the day open. So if that holds, then you've got to kind of switch maybe your thinking, possibly, because we've got a level holding on chart 3. This reaction is the reaction from the M9 test. But if the lows hold and the day is held on the NDX, then you do have the level up to on the NDX 041. Well, 110. You got the level at 110 is your upside level. So it's a fight then between really I'd say it's a fight between 051 holding or where it just held and 110. We are in the lunch session. So it could just slowly grind up.
Level I'm trading against is chart 3.
on the downside.
Pretty strong level.
Yeah, so that was just tested.
If you're, yeah, if you were looking for short, you see that close. Underneath there, but looks like it was just testing.
You do have a strong level in chart 4 at 111, which is exactly what we talked about. Now you do have another strong level that just developed. We got about 1,000 left in this chart 4 candle before we confirm this level, but we got a level at 069. So your immediate levels on chart 4 that you really are concerned about is really 069 spot 25 and 111 spot 25. Those are your two levels that you care about. And then it's either going to trade up to the upward level or test the downward level and break it, or test the downward level and hold it. But the market has just revealed to you a couple important levels that you have that you can trade against using chart 4. Sorry, not showing my trades. Up about. I'm just in 20. I reduced my position size just because I was trading a little sloppy on some of my fades. And
I think it's reflecting on momentum at T2.
hmm,
There is also a level, 25 level, or maybe 75 level for the still down for the last move at T2.
yeah. At this point, you're going to have to make a conviction call, which if you're trading this, which direction do you want to take the conviction call? I think it's being patient for the next momentum trade, which is another RDA check and VWAP check or on chart 1.
I'm still momentum from 0 to 6. Still going long from 0 to 6.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I'm kind of worried. That's where I'm at.
Order filled.
I'm waiting for maybe it to pull back and test the level again. Otherwise, I'm long still. I'm still long.
I'm watching out for the 5-minute candle. It still needs 2 minutes to close. And it's not shown a wick under it. It's a downward.
Hmm.
Some tension from short side.
I think the last the leaf green candle at the 4 is still working good, and it's still recapturing the momentum or trying to recapture the momentum.
Looks like the intent is up. It's on the portfolio right there. And once the launch is over, we get a pretty decent confirmed move, whichever direction.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Definitely.
What do you think about the 1 hour
Yeah.
candle that happened before 2 hours? The one which has a very big wick.
Oh, it definitely was. It tested momentum. So you got rejected. So pretty high intent. Like that's where price wants to go. Price wanted to test that low one more time. So now they continue to go upwards until that's the reaction.
The 5-minute candle is over. 6-minute candle.
Yeah, so let's see where we're at. Momentum long. See if that level holds. Look to maybe get picked up for a couple more positions here on this pullback. Call a bluff on it. Remember,
Order filled.
we got a strong level at 068. I mean, I can't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just mute myself in the trade room.
Deafen, and does that, if I deafen, does that mean that I don't hear anybody talking in Discord? Do you know that? If that's what that is?
Server Devin. I think that just means nobody can hear.
No. It's personal on your personal profile. I'll look it up.
Server Devin.
No, it's not server deafen. It's your personal profile. I can mute myself. Like I'm muted on Discord right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I can talk to people on the stream. But I think deafen. Well, you're on Discord still, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, talk on Discord. Just talk for, I don't know, say something.
Well, I'm on here too.
I know.
Hello, hello. We're
Yeah.
testing something out.
Keep talking.
I am short in this move.
Yeah, so that's what deafen does. So on your personal profile, if you click deafen, then so I'll create a multi button on my stream deck that will mute me and deafen Discord. So I won't hear Discord. And it will mute me in Discord. For when I want to talk to people on the stream that's outside of Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the room.
Order filled.
I'm just saying functionally
Order filled.
how that works. It's kind of cool. I didn't realize you could do that.
No, makes sense. So those who are listening in Discord, we can hear you. Or actually, no. I can't hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you, but he cannot.
I can hear him.
Oh.
I'm just hearing you in two places when you're streaming because you're also coming through
No,
on
you can,
Restream
that's why I just mute your profile.
on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what I'll have to do with your profile too, right?
Yeah, just mute me. So then when I talk on here, like, and then they can mute me too. So if they hear me both places, but if they're just hearing me on Discord, then they're just hearing me there.
Still looking to fade this overall move here. Still looking for the fade here.
Oh.
Like I said before, the two levels that are important, chart 4 told you, which is right now where it's testing the 067 or so, or 06875, and the upward is not in play right now.
Oh, I had to mute you. I was like, what the fuck?
Order filled.
There's the retest. I think we hit the low again before
Order
that push
filled.
up.
Yeah.
I think that's what it wants to do before the afternoon.
So we'll shoot of the day. Let's see if it recaptures it pretty quick. If not, then we'll get out.
I'm looking in reverse here. I think it's lower.
Order filled.
Just not seem like it wants to break that.
Order filled.
Okay, there it goes. The level check. All right.
Order filled.
Level just giving up. I might be on the wrong side of this trade.
Order filled. Order filled.
In that case, I might reverse here quick.
Order filled. Order filled.
Scaled it a little bit too heavy up above.
Order filled.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, I think I need to.
Order filled. Order filled.
Will it recapture the level? No, doesn't look like. Well, it might. Being pretty stubborn about it.
Order filled.
Levels at 06875. Spot 75. retesting it. Gotta expect maybe the failure of momentum. Yeah, of course. First level check, so now it's just a matter of is that level gonna be retested and hold. You're very patient with that level. Yeah, being too patient with it actually.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Do I just exit and give up on this? Doesn't look like it's gonna move in my direction.
Sorry, the whole time I was muted. I was talking to Discord. I thought I was talking to you. I was gonna ask you, do you think there's just not enough volatility for it to decide which way it wants to go?
Order filled.
I don't know if that's I don't know why volatility would matter for it to decide where it wants to go.
Well, since it's like the launch, it just seems like it can't.
Order filled.
It's struggling to get past levels it wants to hit its target.
Yeah, but I don't know if the question of volatility is the problem. So I guess I don't know.
That's
But I
right.
can't answer the question the way you're asking it.
I just meant like a lot. Because the launch time slows down. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be. Yeah, I don't know if I'd look at it as. I guess it'd be participants, not volatility. Volatility doesn't
Order filled.
define whether or not it has the momentum to go.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though.
Order filled. Order filled.
I get what you're saying.
Order rejected.
Okay.
Order filled.
I get out of that. Let's see where the NDX is. Yeah, I guess it's gonna go there. Okay, about that level.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Didn't quite tag that.
Stop filled.
Tag of the opening range low.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, it wasn't showing that.
Order filled.
So is it going to continue up from here? Do another momentum check and sell off.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
There should be a way that I can mute my mic. So let's see. This is picking up my mic here. Does that mute my mic? No. So that doesn't mute my mic. All right. Let's go to Stream Deck. Mute. I didn't know there was an emoji panel. Oh, come on. It's going to sell off now, so I should be momentum short. Is that what you're telling me? Oh, that's the sound. Okay. That's not the mic. See if the upside's going to move here. Looks like it. Being a little stubborn there, but maybe might break momentum on chart 2.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Let's look at the NDX. I think it's still trying to do the daily open in play.
Order filled.
Still trying to have the daily open be in play. Sorry, sometimes I forget to switch my trade window over. So I'd like to maybe have something where it's like it's streaming just constantly and I don't have to worry about switching it. But then if I want to do maybe take control, I can do that, I guess. I don't know. Something to consider. I like to get up and make coffee, so let's get up above 30K and momentum check on chart 1. Another momentum check. Is it going for the RDA? Is that the place it wants to go?
Or do you think it's going to the opening for the last candle, the red candle at 2-8?
Yeah. Volatility. Volatility at the slow momentum check on chart 1.
Order filled.
NDX is reaching for the daily open, so that's kind of what's driving this. Oh, sorry. Once again, I'm watching the NDX, not watching the trade. Could be going to the RDA. Oh, it's a pretty big alpha candle there in the green side. If it closes up here like this. Could be an alpha. Too buddy.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Oh, got stopped out of some of that.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Definitely reaction at the momentum check there.
Stop filled.
Kind of run-of-the-mill reaction, what you expect now. It's NDX is at the daily open, so now it's just retesting the daily open. Same story as before.
Stop filled. Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah. Out.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Wow. That's a pretty big reaction. That was definitely the trade to take there, wasn't it? Should have reversed, I guess.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Well, surprised by buyers stepping up there.
Order filled.
That's the question.
Order filled. Order filled.
That's a pretty strong reaction there. Maybe it's making me rethink that I should trade momentum, which I should be.
Order rejected.
What?
Order filled.
I dragged it. How could it be rejected? Guess it didn't like that.
Order filled.
Guess it didn't like when I dragged it. Little jerk. You don't want to be dragged around. Wow, it's a super awesome,
filled.
awesome momentum trade there
Order filled.
that I did not take. It's a pretty deep sell off from the day open there. Does it want to completely give it up is the question. Question, does the NDX want to completely give it the day open? That's what it's answering here. Right around the hour close there. How do I mute these mics? I need to make some coffee. Don't want it to be extra loud. Is the OR low going to hold? Is the OR low going to hold is the question. watching that right there.
So, am I grabbing those from the site? The pods yesterday?
I don't know what you are asking from the
To
site.
edit the audio?
No, I put
You
them
said-
in. Yeah, I told you I put them in the shared folder in
Okay.
OneDrive underneath. I told you the folder they were in. It's in there wherever I told
Yeah, I
you.
have it.
Yeah, so grab those, and then when you so it's the raw recordings, and then just export. Don't do any audio mixing, do nothing, just edit them, and then export them out to the edited recordings, but then add edited to the end of it. All right. So,
Okay.
and then final will be the final show. Okay.
Hmm.
So I might adopt in the raw recordings, I might put in there raw so that we know that that's not the edited one. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to download it first too. And then also you can't save Camtasia to Dropbox or to OneDrive or Dropbox or anything. So I'm just so you know, like doesn't allow you to have a working save it in there because it's a shared or it's a backup or it's like a kind of a live folder, I guess is the way to look at it. So just keep that in mind. But that shouldn't matter. I mean, just export it. You should export it out to your local machine or to a non-shared drive and then copy it from there to put it to the shared drive is what I'm saying. Because you might have challenges sometimes on the export process if you export to a like a shared drive. So don't export to OneDrive, export to a local folder on your computer and then copy the file and put it to OneDrive. Does that make sense?
Cool. Yeah.
I got signed up for a distribution network. So that's all set up, ready to go. We're ready. As soon as we get the first show edited, we're ready to roll. So yeah, we get the first show edited, we're ready to roll with it.
Okay.
Distribution's been all set up. They have a player. Do we need to do the blog? That's actually what I need to do. Make sure that that's been set up properly. I've been just watching the NDX because to me that's the control that's telling us kind of what's going on here.
But even for service supplies, higher
Is what is C1?
high.
I think we're going up for the RDA check probably at 098 at least.
I'm thinking about taking some profit of that. No.
Beautiful out there. There we go. Another momentum check. Probably should take some off here at this momentum check. How reliable those reaction areas are. Those reaction areas pretty reliable there. Pretty reliable.
Oh yeah.
I didn't take profit there because it's the second test of it, so I'm giving it an opportunity to maybe break yourself. I'm probably might stream the afternoon maybe if I feel like it. But I probably should jump off here.
I might have
Take a
to
break.
do some stuff this afternoon.
Yeah. I just need
And
to take
then-
a break.
Yeah, you should. Don't stream. Remember what happens if you stream all day.
Yeah.
Then you can't even enjoy Friday. Sunday we're going to horse races. Going to watch the derbies.
Oh. Interesting.
Gamble my life away. No, I'm just kidding. My girl's forget. Like, I don't know if he owns one of the horses or he like owns some shares in this horse or something. But they go watch him every month.
Oh.
Last time we went, there was wiener dog races. It was actually hilarious.
Yeah.
Like corgi races and stuff.
Yeah.
I'd
I've
never seen one
that.
before.
I haven't seen it either, but someone I know went to them and told me about them.
It's actually so funny. One of the wiener dogs is like in like the wheelchair thing. I forgot what they're called, but he was
Can you-
zipping.
Gamble on them.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you can't do it through the place. But people were like betting on which dogs they thought would make it first. It's pretty funny.
Interesting.
Just like a damn baseball game, though. Everything there is so pricey.
Well, I mean, it's a gambling spot.
Yeah. They got some pretty good food, which surprised me.
Hmm.
They have like little setup trucks and stuff, like gyros. Are you a Mexican type of guy? You like Mexican food?
Am I Mexican?
Yeah, you're Mexican.
Not really, sort of. I mean, it depends.
That's the same for me. Like, when I was in California, then obviously, there's so much Mexican food towards base. Like, and I have Latino friends and Spanish friends. But it's very hit or miss for me. I don't like authentic Mexican food. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like where it's their seasoning in. But I think it's super good. It's just not my type of. I like the generic. Like, I'm a taco time guy.
Yeah, I kind of
Love
like
taco
the
time.
generic, but well, I guess it depends. I mean, I've had different people that told me this is authentic. I think there's different regions of Mexico, obviously.
Well, of course, yeah. You got
different authenticity, right?
yeah. True Spaniard towards obviously traditional. Did you hear about Maui?
Oh yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, it's completely.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was just looking at actually people trying to escape the fire, jumping in the ocean. There's videos of it. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
At like a resort and just fire everywhere right there, and then just sitting in the ocean trying to get away from it. Yeah, it's pretty. And that, I don't know how to say the city, but that city we stayed in once just completely destroyed. Yeah, it's insane.
That's nuts.
Nowhere to really hide on the island if it's all burning. I mean, I don't know how big the fire is. So I haven't got a chance to. Still in this fade trade, I will take some profit at the RDA. I'm not gonna not take profit at the RDA, which is right around 0.98. Just above a key level on chart 4.
Did you watch Oppenheimer? You and
I don't know if you're quiet. It's hard to really kind of understand. Well, I don't know if you're too quiet.
Sounds like he's kind of far from his mic.
Yeah.
What was your question? If you could just...
Did you both watch Oppenheimer?
Oh, Oppenheimer? No, I haven't. Did you, Tom? Or did you, nephew?
No, not yet. I've been wanting to though.
Yeah, I did too.
It looks so good, and I love Killian Tommy.
This weekend I will watch it.
Oh, you're excited?
I got some tickets. Yeah.
Well, you have to tell us how it is, if it's actually good or not.
One of the few directors I still enjoy watching, so I didn't want to. I don't know. Just didn't make it a priority to go see it.
Are they trying to make it as real as possible?
What do you mean?
Because it's
Like-
based on a true story, right?
Oh, I mean, it's a biopic, so I'm sure they took liberties, but I haven't really saw, other than a little bit. Like, normally I would have already saw a Christopher Nolan movie. Usually, I've seen every one of his movies. Kind of, we used to have in my area, we used to have a real IMAX screen, meaning a real one, not one that's branded IMAX. That is just this little small. I mean, it's still big, but if you've seen a real IMAX theater and how huge the screen is and how much it wraps. So when that went away, I kind of, I don't know, I stopped watching movies so much because I used to enjoy really going to that IMAX theater. Yeah, it was more expensive, but to me, it was worth it.
Damn. Yeah, I'm excited to watch.
RDA. Go
I'm
ahead.
excited to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah, I
Seth
saw that.
Rogen
Yeah,
as director.
yeah. Hey, your what? Oh, your nails done? Okay. Me too. I'm gonna go get my nails done too. Okay. She picking you up or?
Well, I'm gonna go do my nails now. And then
Oh.
Order
if she
filled.
wants to go, I might just go to her house.
Oh, it finally broke.
Oh, okay.
Just
So,
give me caution tape.
so he's rocking an orange cast. All
It
right.
looks bigger too.
Oh, really?
Yep. Okay, see ya.
All right. See you. I don't know how to mute these things down here, so sorry. I haven't figured out the mutes.
Order
To mute
filled.
yourself.
Well, I can mute certain things, but I can't mute everything because there's no button on this mic like the other mic I have. So I need to get a. Well,
Just mute in Restream.
no, I know how to do. Well, oh yeah, I guess I could do that.
That's what I did for when I heard you talking. I just muted you.
But that doesn't mute me on TradingView because I stream TradingView separately. I need a way to guarantee that my mic is shut off.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'm up about 150 grand on this trade. It was up to 200, but I took some profit.
Trading is changing the momentum. It looks like changing the momentum. C1.
Yeah, it's going for the VWAP, going for the mid. 11375, I think. Crazy.
It took the mid 2.5. So it will be the same time as the six. And
Jeez, look at that move on the green side. Strong level up here. Remember what I said? Or I don't remember. You have your media downside level that did get tested and then creates new levels that was tested. And then the only other level you had to be concerned about on chart 4 was 112.50. 112.50, spot 50 on the upside, chart 4. That's why chart 4 is such an important chart to watch when you're trading level to level. Market trades level to level. Such a key chart to watch.
close above the RBA at 54.
Order filled.
Yep. But it could be just an overshoot too. And then, overshoot to that level. So, but it's pretty substantial double move here and then going into the afternoon. So almost like the day today wants to actually end.
Order filled.
High, at least the NDX. Like, keep in mind the NDX is changing differently than the NQ as far as the day. The NDX is actually up for the day now. But the NQ, obviously, because it's, started overnight session and everything else, it's still down for the day.
Yeah, see, we have approached momentum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's about to recapture momentum. So on C1, at least the NDX. So the NQ, yeah, the NQ is recapturing momentum as well. So it's about momentum has shifted almost. Price momentum is long, but now actual momentum is about to shift on C1, which means that a pullback, any pullback, if it does, now you have momentum long to trade with. We're still biased short, but the momentum has switched over. So we're in this kind of switchover state.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
All right, I took 50 lots off. I have 50 lots left in the trade. All right, I'll be right back.
I'm hoping for this rejection at the RDA here. Share my screen for a sec. Hoping for it. Those of you who are not on Discord, that's also where I'm sharing my screen, so you can just switch in between myself and Rexdog in the active trading channel. If you're curious. Damn, this price really ripped from right here. Volatility seems picking up. Do. $46,000. I'm still technically momentum with this move down. I'm expecting the rejection here at the long side. Which one could say expect it to go long here? I like how that candle closed red, chart 1. Oh, I'm short here.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Let me
Stop
let me
filled.
get myself. Yeah, I'm short here. Just because chart 1, yeah, I mean, the previous green candle closed above the RDA, but then the next falling candle closed beneath. So, pretty good confirmation for either retest down lower before another push up, or that was just a rejection of the RDA. So, that's what I was trading. I wanted to go a little bit heavier. I wanted to go up a little more. But I just didn't scale incorrectly. What was your question, though, Jules Helm?
You answered it. I didn't hear what you said. I did not hear you.
Oh, okay. It's really just this was just a scout move. It could still go long here, but we expect some type of reaction at the RDA. So that's purely just why I bought there or sold there. Especially because it's first test of the RDA since 9:15. So an hour and a half since our most recent test. And we saw the rejection there too. Oh, really? It's because I was on Discord and here. That should be better. Expect some type of reaction here, but my target is chart 4 and chart 1 really, but chart 4 is slow momentum, which is also where chart 1's momentum is at. See if it gets there.
Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Now I'm switching to long here.
Order
I think
filled.
the long move is prominent. Got a little too early. Want to get my basis towards chart 1's momentum, but it might not even come down to test this area, so I was trying to get in early. I could have just waited. But now I expect some type of stall at the RDA in chart 1. Or some type of reaction. So that's what I'm trading right now. Expecting this reaction from the RDA. Pullback. So I can just switch to mine. He's not even in position.
Order filled. Order filled.
Is it actually going to continue to rip down from here? Damn. Shouldn't give this trade room to breathe. 'Cause for some reason, it wanted to test all 3 there. But we don't see the close above the opening range middle opening range. Should get confirmation. About a minute left in the 5-minute candle, so that's what I don't want to see. Is that close? Oh, dang.
It took my cue to go long when the M9 crossed the N24 on C1. But I don't know if that was a wise decision.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Looks like price is stolen here, but from just the RDA test, it wants to come back down and test the low. It's pretty dramatic. Here comes volatility. Going just a little more.
Order filled. Order filled.
Someone say that he took a long piece when the momentum changed.
Yeah.
When I saw in C1 the M9 come above the M24, I thought that was a buy signal.
If it come, yeah, that's a smart. That's a smart move. That itself is a pretty good confirmation, but yeah, if it comes down to test this most previous low range, then I'm just gonna restart. Get out early. Yeah. We're also seeing it react where previously it had support. It was the strong level on chart 1, which is exactly where momentum is at now. It's pretty much where price is getting rejected to go back to go long. So this might be the downside move. Yeah, looks like I'm on the wrong side of this. All right. How do we best get out of here? I'm still sticking with this prediction that this was an overshoot of the reaction of the RDA. But I don't want to see it get any lower, so I just gotta get out, restart. We'll see. It's starting to recapture on chart 2 slowly. Ah. I mean, we are in the overall of the short side. On the hourly chart. Looking at chart 3. It's got levels to break through if he even wants to go test momentum. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, sweet. Looks like my prediction played out okay. Now, the main problem is, do I pull out of this? Since we are a bit heavier, just keep these somewhat close. Damn. Glad we were able to pull that back. Okay. It's a good switch. Kind of have the confirmation from the long side now. After that close of chart 1. And really chart 4. But be prepared for another reaction at the RDA. Oh yeah. Now the question is here, do we get out because the market gave us a chance to break even, or do we gamble this and still thinking it's going to continue to rip? I'm staying in here, but I should take some off, pull profits. I'll pull.
Order filled.
Nice. Nice job letting one runner fly. I think just having runners lets you also see how well your trade would have panned out for you while being safe enough to take profit. Now, is this going to blow past the RDA? This is the 4th test, essentially, since the most recent overshoot. And well, we're going to see it react here for a while because chart 4 has strong levels here. First deviation. But if we see a break, you know, there's not much more it has to go through. Chart 4 and chart 3's levels are the same. Surprised to see it wait here for a second, but once I was done, we're now in the afternoon.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
All right, sweet. Took about 20 minutes, but made 130 or so on that one.
Order filled. Order filled.
sense, really. If we buy this pullback.
You got no choice now, homie. You're with me.
Oh shoot, Rex is here.
How's it feel, man? How's it feel? You're trapped. I done kidnapped you.
Little Rexy.
Yeah, everybody left, so he has no one else but to hang out with but me.
So now he's your bestie.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Up on that trade. So I don't know if anybody was doing a fade trade. Well, it's actually a momentum trade, sort of. That was a momentum trade because momentum had shifted. So should have shifted some of your thinking and bias on that last pullback. If did any where people were buying that pullback or not. I think I'm disconnected from the Discords. Everybody bought that pullback, right?
Yeah. That's what we were all just talking about. It looked like it was trying to go lower, but
Well, momentum shifted, so you
Yeah.
should have then watched for a pattern to unfold on chart 2, which is
Well,
why I'm trading on the DOM.
Oh. Yeah, I was in that trade for like 20 minutes, letting it come underneath. I didn't have the best entry at first, but played out how I wanted it to.
Maybe I go back to DOM trading. DOM.
I don't know how I feel about the Dom.
Well, we don't do level 2, so
It's level 2.
we don't. Well, we only do top of book, so we don't have the. Not that you need the. You don't really need the. It does help to have the depth of market data, but I could trade the DOM without it. Okay, I need to go to this here and download that thing that someone told me about.
Stop filled.
What?
You guys have plans this weekend?
Huh?
You got plans this weekend?
No, not really. Just getting things in place. Sierra chart, Epic indicators, podcast.
Yeah, no, I think about it. We're out there in like 19 days, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, we got to take it easy with. She just got back from the hospital, so she's, really can't be trolling around or going places and doing stuff.
As we do not want her doing that.
Yeah, so.
Be good though. I'll be able to help you guys a lot when I'm out there.
Yeah, no, that'd be sweet.
Stop filled.
Go to NASDAQ at 15,041, spot 5. My take profit is 15,000.
Stop filled.
What was that? How long ago did Raymond do that? Is that just now? Yeah, I don't think I'd be short. I mean, it is the trade to do, but I think if you look at the NDX right now, it's held the daily open. I think it wants to make a statement and probably close above where it's at. I think it wants to close. I think it wants to test the OR high. I think it's going for it. That would be my take on it. And that's against momentum. But we do, I mean, chart. Well, let's do a chart check. Chart check.
Order filled.
Okay, that was annoying. chart 1 is momentum long, bias short. Momentum is just shifted. It's tested by the moment or bias. Tested the RDA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. This is the 5th time, so it's probably going to break. But we are momentum long and price momentum long there. Chart 2 is our entry chart. Don't need to look at that right now. Chart 3, we are continuing to test the fast momentum and failing there, as we expect, at the reaction zone there. But it's going for it. And if it gets above 116, it might rip up to the next level of 156. So 116 is the upside level to watch. That's also the reaction zone. Trading up to 116 is what I'm trading right now at 21 lots. Chart 4, if we look at our strong levels, once again, the strong level we mentioned before at 111.75 has been tested. This is the actual reaction. Right now, what we're seeing here is the official reaction of that strong level, which is a trade you should have took if you were trading that, or you weren't long, or you weren't in a position, would have been the best trade to take. Chart 4 is momentum long, price long, bias short, and price bias short. So we're kind of in a fight between momentum and bias on chart 4. And we're between two strong levels. And we've got a level right above it, right at the RDA, right around 0.98 spot 25. I would assume a close above 0.98 spot 25. It's going to continue up. That's the upside level to watch. Otherwise, your downside level to watch right now on chart 4 is 0.64 spot 25. So in the middle of a range. So my conviction is more in the long side, given the story of the chart. Not sure where everybody else is at.
So I'm trying to figure out
How cool I
getting
am.
glasses.
Oh. You don't
Really
have
can't. No. I have my boot camp ones, but those things are thrashed. Hanging
But-
out with duct tape.
They always have these glass things that say, get glasses in an hour or something.
I know. I don't understand. Like, but when. Well, same thing as with my contacts. This is what frustrates me more than anything in the world. It's the fact that I have to. Every year, you need to check on my eyes so I can continue to get the same contacts that I've been wearing for 6, 8 years now.
Well, they do change, though.
Yeah, my eyes haven't changed once.
Yeah, but they do, though. I mean, I know people that their eyes do change. They have to get new prescriptions like every 2 years.
Yeah, but I don't care. Just give my
Yeah.
contacts so I can see first, and then we can go do an exam.
Yeah.
Like, why do I have to continue to do so? And even when I was in the military, I never took my contacts out because especially around deployment, I can't clean my hands, so I'm not trying to take my contacts out. So I just buy dailies, keep my dailies in for a couple months. And then I was like, well, my eyes would probably be screwed because I sleep in these every single night. But when I went to the eye doctor, they're like, your vision's getting better. I'm like, what? So that's why.
Can you do LASIK?
Yeah, that's the goal eventually,
Okay.
is LASIK. But they also have the other thing now too, RayX.
I don't know what that is. I haven't heard of that.
It's like the cheaper version.
Oh, that sounds something I'd want to do to my eyes. So let's see.
Well, I mean, like, it's also,
No, you know what I'm saying.
yeah, but it's also because older people, like how they can't get LASIK, or some people can't get LASIK. RayX is a different version of LASIK where they, instead of peeling back the flap on your eye and taking out the film, they replace the film, I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
But it's like another way to do LASIK, and it's just the cheaper option. But I'm doing LASIK.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to.
I've known a
It's
couple
only
of
like $3,000.
Yeah, it's not, and I've known quite a few people that have done it, and it seems to do well, seems to be safe.
I can't imagine waking up in the morning and being able to see everything. That must be so nice.
Yeah, I've always had really great vision. So I am getting to the
Blessed.
old stage where I do need readers. Where's my readers? Whatever they call them, my helpers. I've heard people call them different things. But I am at that point where I can't do 4K at 100% on monitors now. I have to be up close. So
Yeah.
although gaming on 4K at 120 frames per second is friggin' baller.
Way baller. Gaming on a monitor has changed my life.
So you've never had a PC before?
Mm-mm. I mean, I had buddies while I was in, like, they played
Yeah.
some games, but those are also Marine Corps dudes, so, like, none of them have the best PCs. We have, like, okay PCs, and most times people build them up with on base materials.
Oh, okay. They're not
With,
falling
yeah.
out. Super.
Yeah. Hand-me-down
Hand-me-down.
army materials.
Yeah. Double
But-
Dragon. Rise of the Dragon. Isn't the space game coming out today? Or is it-
Starfield.
Yeah, isn't that coming out this month?
Wait, is that really this month?
Yeah, I think it's Baldur's Gate 3 I know came out, but that's too much of a commitment.
That's way too. That's like Diablo 5 for me.
It's just too much commitment. I would enjoy it, but it's just too much. I don't have the time. I got too much other shit that needs to be accomplished.
I've never played those types of games. The click RPGs.
Yeah.
But everyone said it's like supposed to be really good. But Starfield, my buddy is super
Maybe that's in September.
I think it is September. I think the 11th.
Oh yeah, there it is. September 6th.
Yeah, 6th. There it is. That game's supposed to be pretty rad though. It's supposed to be like Fallout and Skyrim combined.
Yeah,
Space.
that's the hope. That's the hope, right?
Yeah, well.
But
Only
they do have some track record. Bethesda does have some track record at least.
Yeah, Bethesda's good. The only thing I just hate nowadays with games is they make awesome games and they make it single player.
I like that. I think that's stupid that everything has to be multiplayer.
No, I don't mean multiplayer. I like single player RPG games, but I like back in the day where it was like co-op split screen.
Oh yeah.
Like that's what I mean.
Well,
That's the type of
this isn't going to be co-op split screen, right?
Yeah, no, it's not. But it's supposed to be co-op RPG, so that's good.
Yeah.
I'm not a big multiplayer guy anymore. Like, yeah, I play multiplayer games here and there, but I like the single player storyline. But I wish you could do that with sitting on a couch with like someone you want to play with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just so frustrating nowadays. There's no more couch co-op.
Yeah. I agree. But I do think that I mean, let me see. Is there any way to pay with a regular credit card? Oh, yes. Just so everybody knows, I don't accept just crypto. So you can pay with fiat. Oh, did I leave this button on? Did we leave this? Oh, yeah. It's all right to leave this stream on the stream. I don't know how that. Oh, no, that's just.
What was my screen? Here.
I have it paused on YouTube. I didn't buy that pullback. I should have bought that pullback. So that was a perfect pullback to buy. Now we're getting to the view app, so I'm going to take some off here probably just to take some profits because I'm not going to.
There's some glasses places telling me that I can order day of.
Yeah, I don't know, but I see them all the time, or at least I used to. I don't know if it's still the case where you could get hours or glasses like in an hour or something.
It's 2023. You're telling me I can't get? Tell me they're selling Teslas to space, but I can't even get glasses to my door day of.
Dude, it took us friggin' 20 years to rebuild the Freedom Tower. Like when we built the Grand Coulee Dam, how long did it take to build? I'm gonna look that up. The Grand Coulee Dam. Like we probably built that like in 2 years. 1942 it was built.
How big's my head, man?
What?
Trying
How
to
am I
ask you
going to
for
know that question?
Well, average size. How big you think?
There we go. Let's see if I get knocked out of this whole trade overall. I'll just probably enter on the downside. Oh no, it's not the Grand Coulee Dam. What's the dam in Nevada? Hoover Dam. Duh, that's what I was thinking.
Stopfield.
The Hoover Dam. It took 2 years to build the Hoover Dam. Today, it would take us like 15 years.
Stopfield.
But you're just going to sit there and just like sleep. You're like not going to like try to chill with me. And I got an unthankful dog. Needs more testosterone in his life. Well, that chart 4 RDA check is holding. At this point, I think you got to be thinking, yeah, you still were doing, if you're a momentum only trader, you don't have your fade card, then you're still doing good today. Actually, anybody in the room want to speak up how they're doing trading, if they're just trading momentum? I didn't deafen the room, did I?
This is a question.
Yeah.
I took a signal long ago when the M9 moved across the M24 on the 5-minute chart. That's when I started thinking long.
Mhm.
Now, I wasn't intending for that to be a fade trade, but I guess depending on what perspective I'm looking at, it is a fade trade. So I'm just curious to hear your thought on that, because that's what I took as my momentum, that I was still doing momentum trading, not fade trading, because I failed so badly with the fade trading today.
Yeah, I would. That is kind of on the bubble where you do it. It is really your perspective on. I usually look at your control chart is going to control whether or not you're in a fade. Hold on one second. I got a phone call I got to take. right. So I had to step out there. So, still there for me to continue?
Yeah, I'm still here. It just takes me a second to click over and unmute myself because I don't know how to turn my Trado page
Yeah, no problem.
down.
So, today, when all the charts were bias short and momentum short, it's very obvious to say if you're buying at the low, you're fading. That's very obvious. But there is times when various charts are in changeover states. So generally, to me, a fade is the way I describe or way to think about it is that your controlled chart, if you're fading bias and momentum, you're fading on that chart. If that's the control, if your control chart is in that state. Now you might be fading once again. Other charts will be in so for instance, the 5 chart 1 is switched over momentum. And now it's recaptured bias. You're no longer, but you're still in the chart 3. You would be fading that chart up to the next reaction area, right? Which is the M24, right around 160 spot 25. So that's the way I like to think about it. That's the way I like to teach it. And that's the way it's kind of intended to kind of be traded when you're thinking about it. Does that make sense? Where on one chart, it is a fade, but on the other chart, you're kind of going with the momentum of what that chart's doing. You could be. So that's where it does get a little, in these changeover states, especially like now, we're seeing the changeover. It was really obvious earlier in the morning, you were fading on any lows. Now, you can make the argument that you are going with momentum on chart 1. And same with chart 4. Chart 4 has recaptured bias and momentum both on price. It hasn't completely done a momentum bias shift, but the momentum has shifted and it's held really since 1:30 or not. No, maybe I am on market time here. No, I'm not. Really, yeah. Since 1:30 market time, the momentum on chart 4 has shifted long. Is that clear? Do you see that in the charts?
I do. I see everything that you're saying. And yeah, this is actually really exciting because that's another big learning piece is when the market is in a rollover phase to determine, okay, which way am I going? Do I stay patient and stay on the side of momentum? And what are my cues that the momentum is reversing? So that's very useful.
And generally the axiom that the larger timeframes do. So the chart 4 and chart 3 are those, if you're fading those, then the reactions, you're going to expect a reaction, which we've seen every time it's hit the M9 today. It's well, except one time it did exceed it, but it really has reacted there. But at some point in time, it does have to change over, or not. At some point in time, it does change over. So, and then that's where it's reaching for those upside targets, and that's where you're going to see that change over first on chart 2. That's why one of the things you'll start to recognize and you'll start to appreciate more, especially with the 4 chart setup, is that as you get more comfortable interpreting price through momentum and bias, and then understanding, okay, in this chart, if I go long here, I'm really fading momentum and I'm fading the bias, but that makes sense. It's worth it. It fits within the probability or risk for me, because as I look at chart 2, it's recapturing momentum and bias, and it's actually creating a pattern that makes it likely that it is going to break through, or it is going to go to that next level. That's kind of the next tier. And that's why I say the path to getting there is trading momentum trades, because after trading momentum trade after momentum trade after momentum trade, you'll then start to recognize when momentum trades lose momentum and exhaust themselves and are due for, because a fade trade really is a reversion back to the mean trade, basically. So you'll be able to then identify the reversion trades as you've mastered the momentum trades. And it'll start gnawing at you more and more, because you'll start to then get more comfortable of like, okay, I do have to trade this differently because it's a fade, because I don't have as many signals on my side and the momentum and bias of the market. But you'll start to get more comfortable because you've seen the patterns play out time and time again, and you've recognized those areas where the fades just make sometimes more sense. As long as you don't fall into the trap that I fall into, which is like you try to fade everything sometimes.
I'm going to do my best to master the momentum trades before I even start playing around with fade trades. More chart time, more time. I had another question, which is how important is the VWAP play into all of this? Like if I thought of things being momentum or not, but like for example, we're playing with a VWAP right now. So I'll leave it at that sort of question. I don't know if it made any sense.
If the VWAP's in play, then it's important. If the VWAP's not in play, you'll find, so there's some people that just trade the VWAP, for instance. And I mean, I think that you can do that. But what you're missing out on is the pullbacks that happen on momentum moves, and then pulling back to the momentum checks, and then the RDA and the bias checks. So the VWAP acts as a magnet both ways. If it's below it, it wants to pull price to it. And you'll see that the day oscillates a lot of times around the VWAP. So to me, it's really, it does play well. Very seldom will you see a time when the VWAP doesn't necessarily agree, the price and VWAP doesn't necessarily agree with what the bias and momentum is telling you. So it's usually reverted to as it can be a target if it looks in play, and then it's a support if it looks in play as well. And it's a reaction area, and that's kind of it should be used in conjunction with it's our volume. It's, you know, I don't teach a lot about volume because I think I never talk about it, and I don't think it's necessary. But the VWAP is the one aspect of the system that keeps us in check, that's volume based, that has an aspect of volume that's important, that's used by a lot of trade systems and traders. So that's why it's in the system, that's why it's mentioned, but it's not, I wouldn't say it plays a role into the, you'll see it correlates with the bias and momentum often. So then it just really becomes a reaction zone and a potential target that the market uses from time to time.
Makes sense. Gotcha.
Yeah. Have you noticed that in charts yourself at all?
Well, what I'm noticing right now is as the price action went over or got close to, it danced around the VWAP just a bit. Then once it pierced it or broke that line, all of a sudden it shot way up. Now I don't know what it's doing. It's dancing back down, but that's what I noticed in just right now.
Yeah. And that's kind of common on an overshoot of the VWAP, is that, you know, it's still used by a lot of trading firms, prop firms, a lot of traders for measurement of value captured, entries captured. So as well as, you know, the general direction. So it's almost looking like it's going to close right below the VWAP here on this move. It's pulling back. One of the things, you know, the VWAP's just like everything else we use in our system, like levels, and you should expect an overshoot and plan for an overshoot, but also understand that sometimes it's just spot on. But if you plan for the overshoot, the best way to trade any rule or level or indicator that we adopt in the system is always expect an overshoot of that, but also be ready to execute if the overshoot is just minor or doesn't happen. But don't ever be surprised. That's how you're not surprised in the market, is that you have that you have the expectation. So you're not surprised, so that you're not scaling in too heavy, or you're not trading too heavy because you're looking for precise zone instead of a overshoot. You're expecting an overshoot. Does that, I think I answered your question.
I've been using the 30 tick scale and it's sort of a way to go, okay, I'm choosing this indicator as my, line that it breaches or overshoots, and then using that in 30 ticks down to enter, and then the 50 with the stop losses. And I find that I still need to practice with it because I'm inaccurate on which indicator to choose at a given time, but that's been helping quite a bit. So that way I can catch those overshoots without it, I'm like already preparing in advance for it to happen.
Yeah.
And I've grabbed a lot of nice trades that way because it'll spike down and then I'm already in profit in no time.
Yeah.
So that's always a good feeling.
Yeah, for sure. So we just had a standard overshoot right here of the VWAP. I mean, it looked like it was going to rip up. And what happened? Well, it closed right on the VWAP. That last candle 5-minute closed right on the VWAP. So now,
Order filled.
this is where we can come to a concept that's in the training called intention.
Order filled.
That candle looks like a rejection for most people, but I would look at it as intention because it happened above all of our indicators and it happened right at the VWAP. So any pullback to momentum, I am looking to buy because the market has already tipped its hand that it wants to go higher based on that rejection. So that rejection is seen as a rejection, but it's also seen as a arrow that's pointing up, that the market's basically saying, hey, I want to go higher.
Yeah, that's the way I happen to be reading this one as well. So nice to be on that side of the page.
Order filled.
Right side of the page.
Yeah.
Order filled.
So now it's just a matter of not getting too aggressive on any pullbacks you're doing. Because, technically it is on chart 4, chart 1, and that was just a pullback to the RDA on chart 2, overshoot of the RDA. So that's where I started. I started entering a little bit late, but that's where I started entering, was right around the RDA on chart 2. And then you have a level that corresponds with another RDA check right around 15,089, which would be the next level down. That would be a check, which correlates with chart 4's slow momentum indicator as well as chart 1's slow momentum indicator. So, being able to be at a capital level to where you can scale in down to 0.94 and start the position here is the best is the best way to trade something like this pullback right here. Because I could be taking profit now. So I'm in profit now, right? I'm in 35 lots. I'm in profit. So I don't have to sit and wait on the trade, but it does look like now it recaptured the VWAP. It recaptured everything. So that buying that pullback, I was in profit relatively quickly, almost immediately. So really, I probably shouldn't let this trade go against me at all and scale in down below, because I should have trailing stops that I'm not going to lose any money on this trade. Does that help a little bit more too?
Yeah, it was actually a confirmation for what I just did. I used the indicators on chart 4, where the intersection of the RDA and the M24 as my entry, and then I had my scale below that, so I got one in going going deeper. And I'm trading really small lots because I just want to get good at my technique rather than lose too much or make. I would love to make too much, but let's just not lose too much. So I'm practicing, as I said.
Yeah, and to me, it's the numbers don't matter. Size doesn't matter. It's this is one thing where size doesn't matter for real. Where basically it's, are you executing good trades? And that's the key. Are you building the muscle and the habit of executing good trades? Because scaling up, scaling down is just changing the numbers and not freaking out when you change the numbers. So yeah, that's perfect. I mean, that's an awesome way to do it.
For me, it helps really to listen. So the questions which get answered now was almost the same question which if I was in the morning and faded down, but I was at least in profit. I faded every pullback with one position and get out. And now I came back and just come into Discord and it's helping me a lot.
Stop filled.
Stop filled. So where you see the momentum. So I placed an order now on the momentum check on chart 4, where the RDA and 24 was close to each other.
Mm-hmm.
My position is at 1503.
Sweet.
And I'm in 2 positions. I just stopped out in one because I moved up the stop loss to the on chart 2 to the momentum check. Yeah, but I got stopped out in one position. The other position is with stop loss, fixed stop loss below the RDA on chart 2. So I starting to get confident to take more profit on the way up or way down in any direction, but I see that I move always stop loss very fast in profit, and maybe I got stopped out, but at least I don't lose. So listen here on Discord, it helps really to be more secure in the position. And like I said, we build the muscle because when you do it the wrong way, so maybe no one is here and giving his feedback like you, and maybe you are building a wrong muscle when you're doing always wrong the same thing. You need to understand where it is right to go in or to go out or to switch. Anyway, you can watch the movie, the videos 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, but the live chart is different because the situations are changing in real
Stop
time.
filled.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's always different in real time. Anybody looks like a genius in historical charts, right?
Yeah.
But can you do it in real time? Can you do it in the real market when it's unfolding?
Is there a way to shut off the Tradogate app, the voice? I'm not sure. So I'm sorry for.
Yeah. So we've mentioned, so I'll probably maybe do, if you're on Windows, you can go to your volume mixer and then you can control individual applications and you could bring the volume of Tradovate down and then it'll proportionally stay down even if you
Okay.
turn up your overall volume. So,
Okay.
you know,
I checked. Thank you.
yeah. One of the things you could do is you could maybe log into demo or something and just do a couple demo trades back and forth to check the audio to see, like,
Yeah, no.
you know, that's what I did
I'm
to
out of position now. I'm up
yeah.
on my account, so
Sweet.
I think for today it's good.
Yeah, it does seem like things are starting to click for quite a few. You know, growth, weekly growth is happening, which is great, or daily growth in some aspects too.
It's like for me, it's like I have a confirmation. So I look at the chart, I study, I see chart 1, 2, 3, 4, so direction, and at least when we are here in a group, yeah, we have a confirmation, and that's a big extra.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Second that.
Okay, I switch off my micro now.
Yeah, all good. Oh, I should get that. I should get sound dampeners. That's a good idea. That's what I need. I'm in 5 lots. Okay, now I'm in nothing. All right, let's look at the chart. 60 looks like it's going up. So we'll buy here, buy pullbacks. Buy here. Buy here. Buy the RDA. That's a sound panel. I haven't seen that before. The decorative.
Nice little recapture of bias. Chart 1. Oh shit, I didn't realize everyone's watching my screen on Discord. No.
Or didn't know you're streaming, you mean?
But yeah, I was just looking at this guy just talking about his workouts. Dude's jacked.
Order filled.
I'm probably gonna be working out here soon in a minute, but are you gonna be home for most of the day?
Oh yeah, I'll be around. I'll be doing stuff here and there.
Okay, because I got some stuff to do, but then either we can link sometime tonight and then sometime tomorrow as well.
Okay.
And the only thing I have Sunday is just those horse races, but I'm not even sure. But I don't think I'm really doing much tomorrow.
Sounds like I can't. Yeah, I guess I just decided just to do this. Well, I stepped out and chilled for a little bit and just let the thing run. So,
But yeah, that's why I just closed yours off and just showed mine, which I went from came profitable while you're gone, which is good.
that's good.
Order filled.
I might call it a day too.
Yeah, I wouldn't stream the rest.
Well, I'm just
You-
down.
Yeah, I already streamed.
It's more of. I mean, I'm just bored. Not bored. I'm just want to kind of just chill. Call
Yeah,
it
it's
a
Friday.
day. It's Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday. Go do something. Go watch some TV with Rex. Hop on some Ghost of Tsushima. Take a break from it.
It's too nice outside to actually not do something outside. That's the thing.
That was actually.
I almost consider just getting up and just saying, you know what, too nice today. But
Yeah, do it.
well, no, I mean, certain people can't be out. They're trying to recover from being in the hospital. So
I know, but you can go get some food
No.
for yourself. Go to the store real quick.
Yeah, no, we
Like, and then
I-
you and Rex and the wife,
we'll
you can
probably
all.
go do something. I don't know about barbecue. I might barbecue tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I'm craving barbecue. I just don't know if I actually want to go get barbecue or actually I want to actually barbecue myself.
That's actually the question. But yeah, if you want us to bring anything, like if you guys have nothing there, we're going across a couple states. So if you need us to pick up anything on the way there, tell me.
Oh.
Like I don't know if Texas has got anything sick.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Or Louisiana.
I'm looking at sound panels right now too because I realize I probably should invest in some sound panels. I think it would help the acoustics here.
Oh yeah, you mean like noise canceling,
Yeah, the noise canceling sound panels.
like pads? I'm thinking
Yeah.
about getting those too. How much are they like per foot? Do you know?
Well, I mean, they run the gamut. You can buy ones that for $356 that are well,
Cover
that's
the whole room.
8 pieces. It's 8 pieces and it's kind of new age art deco look. Or you can buy cheap ones that are $21 and cover the same space. So it's kind of, do you want a nice look and feel or
Because you need to cover the whole entire room,
no?
or do you just need to cover a certain area, like where they're reflective?
You need to, what
Audio.
you really need to do is disrupt the sound. So you need to, you'll put it in certain, like, for instance, they make them for corners too, because corners sound bounces back and forth and comes back to you. But you just have to place them on usually in just a couple strategic locations enough to improve the echo and improve so that the sounds don't bounce off the wall and come back to you. That's really what you're doing.
Oh,
I mean, the more obviously, if you could soundproof completely the wall, then that's going to do better than just doing a panel, 3 or 4 panels in various strategic locations. I'm sure there's a more sophisticated way, or there's probably some sophisticated way to do it. Well, I know that actually, no, there is. I know for a fact because when I owned my record label, we had to deal with it. But I was amazed that you didn't have to do the whole wall. You could just do a couple key sound dampening panels here and there, and it made a huge difference for that sound actually not bouncing back and coming back to you.
that makes sense.
It's not cooperating. All right, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. So everybody, is there anything anybody wants to share before we jump off here for the? We'll be around this weekend, I'm sure, sharing stuff. I haven't really looked at crypto much today or the last couple of days. So it'd be interesting to probably look at crypto here on the weekend. Bitcoin still holding the RDA, trying to hold momentum price wise, anyways. Other than that, it's been a good trading week. It's been great. The room's been great, awesome as usual. So anybody that's watching on YouTube or Trading View or wherever else you want to follow down Discord, if you are ready to get started with the Rexdog trade system, you're not an alpha, just DM me and say how to get started. Other than that, I think we're going to call it a day. Officially, we'll be releasing the podcast next week. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah, that'll be released next week, and excited about that. Excited to get some feedback on that. Let people listen to that and kind of grow into that. So give us a couple episodes to kind of grow into it and try to figure out what the best format is and what works best. But
Sure.
we are excited to launch that. Other than that, anything else you want to add?
No. Make sure you hop by, stop in Discord if you're trying to see both our screens. Usually we're streaming in there too. It's always a great time. Appreciate everyone tuning in.
Yeah.
Stopping by.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna just chill.
You
Yeah,
too.
you too. Everybody else have a great weekend and look forward to seeing everybody on Monday. I think I have an appointment on Monday. So I probably won't be here in the morning, but afternoon I should be around. But I'll update in the status. All right, cool. Well, I'm still going to execute this trade, but other than that, I'm jetting. See everybody.